Good evening, and welcome to our July 27th council meeting. If you'd please, we do have a full council, and if you would please stand, and the pledge will be led by Councilman Arnold Lopez, and the invocation will be led by Councilwoman Alma Flores.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. As we gather tonight to conduct the business of the City of Safford, let us remember the importance of serving our community with respect, fairness, and integrity. May the conversations remain productive, the decisions responsible, and the actions guided by professionalism and mutual respect. With appreciation for the opportunity to serve, let us begin tonight's meeting. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. We'll start out with number 5. Any citizen comments on agenda items?
Good evening, Mayor. Yes, we have 17 comments at the moment for flock cameras. So I'll be calling each one individually, and we'll give each the 3 minutes. If for any reason any of the speakers that get called up have decided not to speak, please let me know so I don't start your timer. First on here is Claude Kopchenko.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and the attending public. My name is Claude Kopchenko, and I'm a county resident, but I have business within the city limits. So naturally, I'm interested. I come before the council tonight to voice my opposition to the proposed deployment of flock cameras throughout Safford and surrounding areas. I'm opposed to this program because, number one, it has been my experience that anytime Big Brother has a hand in it, it most often gets screwed up. Number two, camera surveillance 24/7 is, in my opinion, an intrusion upon my privacy. This intrusion upon my privacy is also diminishing my freedom. All this information randomly collected is in a nationwide database. Number 5, the database is easily accessible by any knowledgeable person, regardless of the touted safety and confidentiality of the program. Number 6, the ability to scan and monitor children in the school playgrounds is ripe information for stalkers. Another part of that is the ability to track traffic in and out of hospitals and clinics is great information for insurance companies. Nextly, this ability to monitor visits to the courthouse or the police station opens the door for possible litigation. This ability to monitor unauthorized travel and activities by people who are on the clock of some business would lead to embarrassing moments. All of the above scenarios are the basis of my opinion, and the proposed deployment of flock cameras should not happen. Now, they say a good speech is a short speech, so I'm going to close having given a short speech. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to voice my opinion to the council and to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude.
Next, we'll have Lachey Bruckner.
My name is Lachey Bruckner. I have been part of the city council before as far as addressing issues. I appreciate what you guys do. I do live within the city of Safford limits. One of my concerns with the flock is I do agree with the past gentleman as far as a lot of the concerns that he had. The biggest one that I hear is not only is it's never seems to be a debate whether it's the safety or not, which is why they were approved in the first place. It seems to always be about whether it's our constitution, violates privacy. The fact that it feels like it violates more, we're not feeling like I want these cameras because I feel for my safety. It feels like we're being told we need these in order so we know what your safety is. So it feels like somebody else is trying to tell us what our safety is. And it also makes concern, well, then is there concern for our safety if we're not ourselves as the public concerned? And if the public itself is not concerned with the safety, and that's the whole reason for them, as far as whether or not it's getting approved or not, I hear the word Big Brother come up a lot, which it was actually education back in elementary school when we talked about George Orwell's 1984, and how Big Brother was a play in that. And I feel like I keep hearing that a lot, just in a more scientific way, like in an observing kind of way. So I feel like more people are feeling like it's attack on our safety, and the talk over safety is why this should or should not be accepted. It's more about our constitutional rights and how that we feel violated in our safety in that right. So I feel conflicted as a concerned citizen on what the actual purpose is and what is the forward outcome. I also have a concern that with approving of the flock cameras and the data, where does this data get stored? Who has it? And then there's also a nationwide debate over data centers. If we approve the flock cameras, does that mean our community is receptive to a data center down the line? And that brings up even more concerns over safety, water, agriculture, our animals, which is the entire basis of our community. So it just leads more concern that if we allow this now, what will be allowed later? And that's mostly all I've got to say for now. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Cynthia Woodman.
I do live in the city of Safford. Sorry about my balance. It's not what it used to be, but I'm not what I used to be either. Why are these cameras, why have they been placed and now we're discussing the placement of these cameras? I've said it before and I'll say it again just to start. Just because it's legal doesn't make it right. I just read that, and my daughter confirmed it because it's near where she lives, in northern Arkansas, Pea Ridge had flock cameras, and they voted to get rid of them. My daughter was very aware of that, and she confirmed it. And, you know, the whole thing about flock cameras is it shouldn't be a concern about left versus right. It's not about safety. Flock cameras are not about safety. Flock cameras are about our Fourth Amendment rights. Flock cameras break what are our Fourth Amendment rights. We have, as a society, have given up our Fourth Amendment rights little by little by little. You know, our police force managed to provide safety before flock cameras ever came on the scene. I am for the police department, believe me. I think it comes down to being accountable. Let's all be accountable for actions we do or do not do. Flock cameras aren't cheap. How did this cow get out of the barn before Joe Public knew about it? Fortunately, the public has caught wind of this, and we still have an ability to shut the barn door. And in Arizona, out of over 90 cities, there have been 5 that have gotten rid of their flock cameras. Let's shut the barn door before it costs us not only financially, but also an independent person losing their ability to have liberty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, next we have Chris Taylor.
Mayor Ortega, council members, my name is Chris Taylor, and I reside inside the city limits. I'm here tonight not only as a concerned citizen, but as someone who had the privilege of sitting where you're sitting today. To be honest, I'm glad I'm not in that hot seat anymore. But I'm not here to oppose or support flock cameras. I haven't heard enough trusted opinions on either side to know, but I'm here because I know how this process is supposed to work. And that brings me to the question many people are asking: how did we get here? The official record shows that this wasn't presented to the council as one of the most significant public policy decisions in recent city history. It was presented primarily as accepting grant money and purchasing equipment. The council heard the words public safety, saw grant money attached, and did what everyone apparently expected it to do. It voted yes. There were only a handful of questions before a unanimous vote. There was no meaningful discussion about privacy, no discussion about the long-term implications of creating such a powerful network, and no effort to ask the people of Safford whether we wanted it. And that concerns me. The Constitution was not written to restrain criminals, it was written to restrain government. As a former council member, I know exactly how this happens. You trust your department heads, you trust your city manager, you're told other agencies are doing it, you're told grant money is available, you're told it's for public safety. But that's precisely why citizens elect a city council, to read the fine print. Your first responsibility is to the people who elected you. I joined this council after being elected in 2016 alongside the late Mayor Jason Couts. We didn't always agree. In fact, there were many late nights I was frustrated because he questioned everything. Even routine agenda items, he would stop and press staff for answers. But over time, I realized he was teaching me something. He would say, ask questions your neighbors, family, friends would ask if they were sitting in your chair. And that became my guiding philosophy. An elected official's job isn't to simply cast votes, it's to educate the public, explain your reasoning, and bring the community into major decisions before they're made. What troubles me the most is that just last month, this council postponed selecting a mural for the library because you wanted more community input and invited citizens to weigh in before choosing artwork for a wall. Why did the people of Safford deserve more public engagement before choosing a mural than before installing a powerful AI surveillance network? I'm just here to ask that we all need to do better. Trust is built when elected officials ask hard questions, when they exercise independent judgment, and when they involve the public in major decisions before they're made, not after. So tonight I ask for two things. First, explain to this community how a decision of this magnitude was reduced to what amounted to a grant approval and equipment purchase. And second, commit that before this program is allowed to go forward, there will be genuine public discussion before, not after the vote.
Thank you,
This
Mr.
isn't
Taylor. That completed
anti-police,
your
it's
3
simply
minutes.
what representative government should
Thank
look
you.
like. Thank you.
Next, we have David McCormick. Next, we have David McCormick.
Good evening. I reside just outside of the city limits. We're living in a historic time. We're witnessing something pretty amazing right now. Across the political spectrum, the left and the right is united. This type of mass surveillance is universally opposed. These automated license plate recorders are rejected, and the only way Flock can get into a community is if a council buys into it without letting the public know. That's what's happened here. When residents do find out, you start to see backlash. We start going to meetings, we start defending our rights, we start telling you we didn't need or want to be tracked in all of our movements. And then right on cue, the police, I'm not saying here, but in a lot of towns, the police will roll out their Flock-approved, Flock-written PR packages and insist that the public is just confused about a little misinformation. Flock doesn't track anybody, they'll say. I'm going to ask our local law enforcement, who I do respect, to not insult our intelligence by regurgitating the Flock PR talking points, and don't try to tell us that your mass surveillance network is really not a mass surveillance network. Other cities are doing that, and it's just throwing gasoline on the fire of public resentment. I'm aware of the limitations that the PD has put upon itself and that they promise they'll only use this network in limited ways. But to be honest, what the local police do with Flock is troubling, but it's not nearly as troubling as what the network itself is capable of and what federal authorities can and are doing with it right now. Flock uses AI object detection to create a detailed fingerprint of every vehicle, bicycle, and pedestrian which passes every device. That's 32 of them in and around this town. The details include license plate, make, model, color, accessories, damage, decals, and number of visible passengers. Every pass is time-stamped with location and direction of travel. With devices at every intersection in Safford, this system creates a complete movement history of every vehicle and, by extension, every person. I don't have time to talk about what else the AI can do with movement pattern recognition, convoys, and prediction. The police assure us that they'll only use this power to catch bad people, but they're participating in the building of a mass surveillance infrastructure like the world has never seen. They violated the public trust by assuming powers which they are not entitled. And we're going to take that power back from them. Universal vehicle tracking is not acceptable and will not be allowed to stand. In closing, you have a historic opportunity right now to restore some of that public trust. You can end this contract, put bags over these devices. The Flock people won't come and get them until you put bags over them. So I urge you to please
Thank you,
do
Mr.
that.
McCormick. That's 3
Thank you.
minutes. Next, we have Rodrigo Mondragon.
My name is Brigido P. Mondragon III. I identify as him, male, but the last city council, you guys publicly put in there her, identifying me as a woman. Accidents do happen, so I will let you guys fix it. It wasn't fixed before this meeting. I'm against Flock cameras, okay? I'm for law enforcement. At one time, I was Graham County for 5 years. They say everything's supposed to be secret and public and only between law enforcement. That is incorrect. I've watched my coworkers while
Mr.
working in Graham
Mondragon, can
County.
you please speak directly into the mic or else
I have
the
watched
YouTube
my
can hear you.
coworkers at Graham County look up under Spillman, the other coworkers' names, people in the community, and then they put that business out to the community. All these Flock cameras, Spillman, look it up. Ask the county about it, all right? If you Google search Flock cameras, it's a surveillance company, billion-dollar company, surveillance company, all right? Here they just say, oh, they're just tracking license plates. People ask me, they're like, but it's for public safety. What if something happens and we need public safety? What happens right now? We got the Adam alert. Our phones are automatically notified if they're missing a child. We got the silver alert for the elderly. We got the turquoise alert. Native American woman on the reservation, she got the turquoise alert. We have alerts. We have social media. We have Facebook. We have the news. We got the Courier. We got gossip in the community. We know what's going on, okay? There's ways of getting stuff out there. The community, there's a bunch of community here. I was here a couple weeks ago speaking, and half these people weren't here, in uniform and without uniform. People are upset. They just wanted you guys to talk to them. We voted you guys in. I signed some of you guys' petitions to be voted in. I voted for some of you guys in the past. Just recently, I didn't vote for some of you guys because flock cameras was a big issue, okay? Thankfully, we've got Ms. Bingham here to speak for us when we're not here, okay? We want city council, we want the boat rocked. We're tired of being smooth, suave. We want Ms. Bingham here to speak up for the rest of the community. I live in Safford, Arizona. My family lives in Safford, Arizona. I choose to live in Safford, Arizona. Tortilla Flats, my neighborhood. Just listen to the community. Right now, you're just looking at it like, they're all speaking on the same subject. Let's not notify the public that they got to fill out 2 forms, agenda items or non-agenda items. Why won't you tell the public they got to fill out those forms for them to speak? The last city council we had, you wouldn't let people speak because they turned in the forms late. I know you don't want to hear us. We won't have to be here if you guys listen to us. All right, this secret squirrel stuff ain't working. I appreciate everybody. Thank you. And please listen to the community.
Mayor, next we have Nicholas Marble.
Good evening, Safford City Council. I live in city limits. In my crusade against flock safety, there's one word that keeps popping up with local officials, and that word is safety. Now, safety is important, I agree, which is why I'll be launching Shepherd Safety. The mission is simple: keep local officials and their families safe. It will consist of a Telegram channel, a Facebook page, and a database accessible through a link. All of these tools will play a vital role in your safety. Through Telegram and Facebook, we the people will photograph you and your family's vehicles in public, where you are, who you're meeting with, and if your license plate is visible, and in that publicly taken photograph, then all the better. Then that information will be sent in the chat, and after a little while, we'll have a good idea of what to keep an eye out for. This information will join with your individual profiles I will build based off of public records, which could include, but not limited to, any real estate you own recorded with the county, the value of said real estate, financial disclosure forms, LLCs, any court records you're involved in, and your official city emails that I find noteworthy. Since this is for your safety, I'll also ask that you place live streaming cameras in your offices and vehicles. I will gather public donations to pay for these if you've already spent all of our money on Flock. My program will be self-sustained, informational, and low cost, unlike the $111,000 you spend of our money to keep 37 Flock cameras running year per round. $3,000 per camera per year of our money that you're burning as the heat from the flame deteriorates relationship between community and officials. I realize some of your wives, husbands, and children didn't volunteer to be publicly monitored like you all have, but you'll just have to remind them when they feel violated, it's for their safety. You may think I'm being facetious, but I put due diligence into making sure this concept is obtainable both logistically and legally. I keep being told you guys don't care what we the people think, that you're going to do whatever you want to do regardless. You tell me it's because you have my safety in mind. Well, I appreciate that. Now I have your safety in mind too. Now, I don't make empty claims, which is why I went to great lengths to ensure Shepherd Safety would be legal and doable for the common man. I don't want to do this. It's going to be a headache. It's going to paint a bigger target on my back, and undoubtedly some passionate citizens may take it too far. But if you insist on keeping us safe against our will, then I will return that same favor. I'd also like to point out that Mr. Arbizo is a lifelong police officer and currently an investigator for Greenlee County. Him voting on this conflict is a conflict of interest. It's like asking a mechanic if we can take away his wrenches. If he won't remove himself from this case, then I'd like to quote him in his latest campaign speech from 2022. You said, "Lastly, I want to empower the city of Safford residents by listening and implementing ideas in order to make Safford an area people want to live in and bring their families to." I like that a lot, Mr. Arbizo. I hope you do listen to us. Thank you, guys.
Mayor? Mayor, next I have Emily, I cannot make out your last name. Micklin?
Hello? Okay. This is the first meeting I've ever been to. My name is Emily McClin. I do not live in city limits. I live out in Pima, but I have been living here since I was 7 years old. Just branching off of what everyone here is saying, we obviously do not want these flock cameras in our cities. So I'm just going to be sharing a few data points and just hope to see if like that would, you know, influence your guys' opinion on this. As of April 2026, over 30 U.S. towns and cities have chosen to cancel their flock contracts. These were because of public meetings like this one. I come before you now with just some of the many problems they presented at their meetings. For starters, Flock stores its data on a third-party database with a wide array of security concerns and data leakage. Everyday
Mayor,
people.
Emily, sorry, I'm going to pause you real quick while the train goes by, or if not, we are not going to be able to hear you. So
Okay.
give it a couple minutes, okay?
How you guys doing today? I think the train is also expressing its opinion on this.
I hope that it's not stopping. But my son's probably really excited watching me on YouTube right now in the train.
I love trains, man.
Okay, I think you're good.
Okay, you guys can hear me? Awesome. All right, I'm just gonna start over with that small bit there. It stores all of its data on a third-party database, all of which is accessible to the everyday people, with just very little research. You can just look it up, really. There's actually a button on the back of them that you can press and like actually open up their internal hotspots, so you can actually get Wi-Fi from these things if you wanted. Not endorsing that, I'm just saying. But everyday people have been able to gain access to their footage and live camera feeds. Ben Jordan, a man over on YouTube with well over 2 million views at this point, showcased his ability to gain that exact access in under 30 seconds. As of 2 months ago, the Institute of Justice found 14 confirmed cases as of May 2026 in which police officers misuse Flock services to stalk people. Flock Safety does not have a built-in system in which they have to justify their searches. So it led to an incident such as August 2024. Kansas police officer uses Flock safety cameras 164 times to track his ex-girlfriend. Some of Flock Safety's cameras are reporting to law enforcement with skewed information. For example, 2 weeks ago, a man named Joel Fetter and his wife were confronted by police with guns drawn after a Flock camera misidentified his plate is stolen 2 times in only a couple of days. I myself have a little brother who got in a hit and run not too long ago in front of multiple of these cameras set up around Safford. He was told that they cannot track down the suspect. To add to that, I have another well-known friend who chooses to remain nameless, who had a very similar incident only 2 weeks after the camera's installation. Both of these incidents happened in broad daylight, and these cameras were being used in very high traffic, or if these cameras were being used for traffic-related violations, then why are these cases so prevalent? The LAPD suspended its use of Flock Safeties in its communities on July 11th. If one of the largest law enforcement agencies in the nation can recognize Flock's liability concerns, then why should we choose to ignore them here? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Emily. Mayor, next I have Nathaniel Mueller.
Good evening. I am a resident of Safford. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I spoke a nay regarding the Flock cameras. I kind of just winged it. I dropped some Benjamin Franklin quotes. It was pretty good. But, you know, there's a lot of people here. This is like quadruple what was here last time. So I think you should just listen. But Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm asking this council to terminate our contract with Flock. And not just Flock, I'll just say this. There's been other cities that they've been canceling Flock, and they're bringing in a substitute company doing the same thing. Axon is a name, for example. I think Sierra Vista, they got rid of their flock cameras and they're bringing in a different company. We don't want any camera or any company. So I just thought I'd throw that in there just because, I don't know, somebody might not know what's going on. But we want to remove these cameras, not replace them. This isn't about accusing anybody. I'm not accusing the police of chasing their ex-girlfriends or anything like that, but it's about deciding how much surveillance power we want to give the government. That's what it's about. This is another quote. Here we go. Thomas Jefferson, he said this in the Declaration of Independence. He said that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. And everybody here so far that I've been hearing, I'm sure there's going to be some pro people, but many of us, we don't consent. Nobody asked for our consent. Nobody asked us, hey, is it okay if we have peeping Toms on every corner? See, when I grew up, we weren't allowed to be a peeping Tom. It was bad. Peeping Toms were bad. Don't be a peeping Tom. But now, right across the street, there's a peeping Tom, and they're watching all the time. And that's something that I wanted to bring up is that Flock, though the city of Safford may not have opted in for it, I'm not sure. The infrastructure is already there for what Flock has. It's called Flock Nova, which is the AI integrated. Let me read it. It'll be better if I read it. It's Project Nova. It's an AI investigative platform designed to bring multiple sources of information together. That includes things like your IP address, social security number, crypto wallet, mobile advertising IDs, which tracks your search history. So I run a red light, and now you know what my wife bought on Amazon. Now you know what my credit score is, and that goes against my Fourth Amendment right. Which Carpenter versus United States, the court decided that timestamp location data can provide an intimate window into a person's life. That stuff is intimate. That stuff is private. And you do need a warrant to see what I'm getting from Amazon or see whether I'm Republican or I'm a Democrat. And if you haven't noticed, everybody here, there's a vast group of people. And we just want we want our voices to be heard. A lot of us, I'm sure, want these cameras taken down. And I hope that you listen, or we'll just keep coming back, and it's just going to keep growing and growing.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Mayor, next I have Elaine Beckett.
Good evening, Mayor Ortega, council members. My name is Elaine Beckett. I reside in the city of Safford, and I am here tonight to voice my opposition regarding the installation of the flock safety cameras in our community. My objection is based directly on the Fourth Amendment, which protects our rights to privacy, freedom from unreasonable search and seizure, and so on. Flock cameras do not just target criminals. Get my nerves out of the way. They actively track, log, and store daily movements of law-abiding citizens. Driving through our town should not subject us to constant watch. While I thank and respect our law enforcement officers and value community safety, it must not come at the expense of our constitutional privacy. I urge this council to reject the flock camera system and protect our fundamental civil liberties. With that being said, I concur with my fellow oppositioner speakers. Thank you.
Mayor, next I have Mo Ungerman.
I'm a tad taller than that. I'm Mo Ungerman. I do live within city limits. I live on Relation Street even, and it's a pretty busy street. I'm a private and introverted person. I don't typically just come out and go and get involved in stuff. With everything going on around the country, things have been feeling so unsafe that I feel like I need to get involved. And so I've run for council. Gotten more information about what's going on in the town. And I personally know that a lot more people here know more about everything than I do. I just want to be at peace and feel safe in my home with my family and those that I love. And these cameras do not provide any of that. On my street alone, there are 6 cameras. I go for walks with my 3-year-old niece. I do delivery work, and I drive all around town in Thatcher and Pima. My personal information is being stored and recorded by a private company several times a day with absolutely none of my consent. It's something that doesn't make me feel comfortable and safe in my own home. And there's a certain level of privacy that's expected when you're at home, when you walk outside down the block. Just around the corner, there's an elementary school that has 3 cameras, one pointed directly at the playground. Its presence in the general vicinity of anybody's home makes me uncomfortable. And I think that anything, regardless of where you're approaching it from, if you're trying to help people feel safe, you don't want to ignore their opinions. It absolutely makes them feel worse. So I hope that we listen to everybody who has spoken today, as well as everybody who's going to speak. Thank you.
Mayor, next I have Jackson Lane.
Hi everyone, my name is Jackson Lane. I've never been to one of these before. I live in Thatcher. I'd like to start out by sharing a story. Now, my mom used to watch a lot of true crime, and I'm sure most of you have similar experiences with your own mothers, wives, daughters. There's about 10,000 different shows, a lot of the same cases, and all different kinds of styles. But one in particular that I remember watching as a child revolved around cameras. The police would use cameras of local businesses, ATMs, traffic stops, even people's personal home security cameras to track vehicles and put together what somebody orchestrated to throw them off their trail. And this impressed me as a child, but I couldn't help but ask myself the obvious question. Wouldn't it be easier to catch the bad guy if the police had all their own cameras? At the time, it seemed straightforward, but now I'm not so sure. Now, growing up, I had an interest in technology and computers. And as a result, my middle and high school careers largely revolved around software. If you've ever taken a software development class, you're probably familiar with the peanut butter and jelly problem, which I won't get into too much detail describing, but put it shortly, it takes a lot more to make a peanut butter and jelly than putting peanut butter and jelly on bread and sticking it together. The lesson illustrating just how easy it is for computers to make a mistake and how incapable they are of operating on their own. And in this shiny new age of convincing videos and images, we've allowed the convenience of AR to slip into our lives, the lives of our parents and children, teachers and educators, generating lessons that they themselves did not write and teaching them, medical students opting for a quick generated summary instead of a dedicated study to their practice, and now our law enforcement. And I'll be honest, I've heard a lot of frightening stories from people around here about underhanded and evil things that go on in the cities. And at first glance, monitoring all the comings and goings on every intersection seems like a good way to combat this. At the end of the day, outsourcing our protection to something that will inevitably make a mistake, engendering complacency in those who are sworn to serve and protect us, and allowing the prying eyes of those who do not live here, nor wish to see our community flourish, complete and utter access to our lives, is the antithesis of everything, of everyone who fought to settle this land. And I'll wrap it up here with a quote, and I'm sure most of you can guess which one I'm going to say, as I'm definitely not the first one to use it here. But when I searched for this quote, I was greeted first with an AI summary, and the summary shocked me because it claimed the exact quote I was searching for expressed the exact opposite that I thought it meant. So after clicking the first link down, I found the same explanation, that it was actually arguing on behalf of taxing people in order to protect them. I disregarded all these articles that were hastily presented to me and sought out the original document yourself. It took a little digging, but I found a letter written by Benjamin Franklin in a Pennsylvania Assembly committee, and I found that the AI summary was partially true. But the sentence that precedes the quote goes like this: "We have the most sensible
Jackson,
concern for the poor."
unfortunately, that is time. Thank you.
You know the one.
Mayor, next I have David, I cannot make out the last name. It starts with the T. T-A-N. Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is David Tanstoffel. I reside here in the city of Safford. Some of you know me, and you know that I work in the emergency medical field. And, you know, I support taking care of people and I support safety. However, I definitely have some significant concerns about what's going on with these flock cameras. I've heard a lot of people here speak about them tonight, and I also listened to a recording of the last meeting. And I only heard one person speak out in favor of it. I've heard a lot of people speaking out against it. I would hope that that would be something that you folks would take into consideration, because if you don't, it really would beggar the mind that you would be willing to ignore the opinions and the feelings of the people who voted you into office. There's a lot of things, and I've heard a lot of people bring up a lot of different issues, but I think and obviously I'm not gonna sit here and repeat every single thing, but there's a lot of concerns, especially with the use of AI. AI is not intelligent. It is artificial, yes, but there's really nothing intelligent about it. It makes all kinds of mistakes, and it is all too fallible. There's one particular case I would like to bring up where the AI in a flock camera led to a $1 million settlement against the city that was using it because of the AI making an error. In Aurora, Colorado in 2020, a mother and her family, including her 6-year-old daughter, were pulled over at gunpoint and forced to lie face down on hot pavement because the flock camera mistakenly identified their Colorado license plate as matching a completely different vehicle from a different state. In fact, it was a motorcycle that had been stolen in Montana with a Montana plate. And somehow the flock camera identified that license plate as being the same. And law enforcement never even bothered to check or confirm that this was the vehicle that had been reported stolen, when it clearly wasn't. It didn't even have the same license plate or the same state. It wasn't even remotely the same model of vehicle. You know, that led, like I said, to a $1 million settlement against the city. Is that something that you folks are willing to risk? And thank you. I know I'm out of time, but that's it.
Mayor, next I have Amber Zaluga.
Good evening. My name is Amber and I'm a Safford resident. I want to be clear. I support law enforcement and I want our officers to have the tools they genuinely need to keep our community safe. But supporting law enforcement does not mean we should stop asking questions when government surveillance expands. On July 14th, I submitted public records requests because I wanted to understand the flock camera program and how it's being evaluated. As of today, I still have not received those records. This concerns me. When a government surveillance system is monitoring our community, transparency shouldn't require residents to file public record requests. The public should already know how many cameras are in use, what they cost, how they're being evaluated, and what safeguards protect our privacy, and how success is being measured. Safford is a small town. Many of these cameras are located in where we pass every day, including near our schools. As resident, I have to ask, why does a community our size need this level of surveillance? If the answer is that these cameras are essential, then the public deserves clear, measurable evidence, not just assurances. Technology is not perfect. Across the country, there have been many cases where automated camera systems and vehicle data have been contributed to people being stopped, investigated after mistakes and misidentifications. This is exactly why oversight, accountability, and transparency matter. When errors happen, innocent people can be affected. Privacy and public safety do not have to be opposing values. We can support law enforcement while also expecting government to respect the privacy and freedoms of the people it serves. I'm asking this council to commit to full transparency. Please make public the information residents have been requesting, the costs, the oversight policies, how the program is being evaluated, and the measurable outcomes that justify its continued use. And I'd like to leave the council with one final question. If this program is truly benefiting our community, why isn't the data demonstrating its effectiveness already available to the public? Trust is earned through openness, not secrecy. Thank you.
Mayor, next I have Tasha Layton.
A little bit shorter. Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. So whenever I see an issue like this pop up or anything at all that I want to have an opinion about, I ask myself, who stands to benefit? Who is it that stands to benefit from this technology and who might stand to lose? And so in my role as teaching research for many years at the college, I know how to find me some sources. And I didn't even have to look at them because I already know how to find a money trail. And I imagine that this was originally intended to help our law enforcement. And I want to be clear that I do support our law enforcement. And I have nothing to hide as far as the flock cameras seeing me. I'm sure they've caught me already getting jiggy with it in my car and speeding a bit, okay? So I will tell you right now, I have nothing to hide. I do, however, see something that I feel is significant and worthy of pointing out. And first addressing the police and law enforcement officers. I can imagine that sales presentation was riveting. I'm sure that they sold safety and really, really showed you that they could, anyone who was a part of that they could do a really good job. And I can understand even why, being that it was paid for by government funds, why one would want to accept something like that. But I do want to point to, I want to ask a question. Why does anyone think that AI started out as free? And you don't have to answer me, but there is a reason that it is free and started out free. This technology is not free, but if I was someone who wanted to keep people dependent on my technology and continuing to charge money for that into the future, the way that I would do that is to create dependency. I would create dependency on that so that the person is taken out. And the job that's left to do now is solely, we're so used to, it's already happening everywhere, guys. And it's not just with AI and it's not just with cameras. But our data is being tracked. And when I looked up what company made this deal and it came up as Flock, I saw that Flock is Nova. Nova is Amazon and Microsoft. Why do you think they might want to know where we are going and what we are doing? Is it about our safety? That is the other question, because if it is about our safety, I really appreciate the other words that have been spoken and what has been researched. If it was about our safety, we would see something more in that lines. And I just want to also, in case people do not realize, because I did not know until recently, what is really going on with AI in Arizona. We are now the 5th. We have, in the entire United States, we have the most data centers. And Phoenix has more than 150, upwards of 180, going for 100 more. And I just want you guys to consider that we are possibly adding more to an issue that is consuming more than 5 million gallons of water per data center, okay? We have hundreds now, more than 100 in our state using our water so that they can what? Surveil us so that they can what? Sell to us better. Thank you.
Next I have Jacob Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. These flock cameras are being sold to our community under the reassuring label of public safety. But a government overreach rarely announces itself as government overreach. It usually arrives wrapped up in good intentions, convenience, and promises that the power will never be abused. This system photographs and catalogs the movements of ordinary people who have not been accused of any crime. That turns a traditional relationship between citizens and government on its head. Everyone is recorded first and questions are asked later. I'm also deeply troubled by the attitude of the company behind this technology. Flock CEO Garrett Langley described DFlock, a nonviolent project that maps these cameras, as a terroristic organization. He has since apologized, but citizens should never be treated like extremists, merely for identifying surveillance equipment, asking questions, or defending their privacy. I'm a libertarian, and I'm a combat veteran of the War of Afghanistan. And in 2009, at 18, I raised my right hand and swore to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That oath did not expire when I took off the uniform. So when a private company builds a nationwide surveillance network and that technology is placed in my community, I have both a right and a responsibility to speak out about it. Concern for the Fourth Amendment does not make someone anti-police. Questioning mass surveillance does not make someone a terrorist. Wanting to protect your family's privacy does not make you a threat. And to be absolutely clear, I do not condone any vandalism or physical damage to these cameras. I urge citizens to oppose them lawfully by attending these meetings, requesting public records, contacting our officials, and making their voices heard. The amount approved for Safford's Flock program was reportedly $285,000 through a state grant through the Arizona Department of Emergency Department. But whether the price was $1 or $1 million, our constitutional principles are not for sale. Public safety matters, but safety without limits becomes surveillance, and technology without transparency becomes government overreach, and power given to government is rarely surrendered willingly. I'm asking this council to terminate the Flock program, remove these cameras, and restore the presumption that law-abiding citizens may travel through their own community without being cataloged by a private surveillance network. I believe, and I'm sure everyone else does believe, in a minimum government, maximum freedom. Then now is the time to prove it. Thank you.
Next, I had Nicole Stahl, but she did come up and tell me she had to leave, so she did leave at 6:41, so that's just for the record. Next is Ed Ragland.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and Eric. All right. Mr. Bejarano. I think the biggest problem I see is that a lot of the people weren't involved in the passage or don't feel like they were involved in the passage of the issue. And so they're not sure of it there. I'm a former city councilman for 24 years. I see goals back then as for what did we want to do for the citizens, and it was protection, safety, public welfare, protecting residents' property, improving quality of life, you know, so that you can bring economies to the Graham County where your kids don't have to go to Phoenix to find a job. So there was interest there in that also. Everybody else had it all written out, and I had all these little cheat sheets. Okay. I feel that the Flock cameras are moving in a correct direction here. I just think maybe we just need to take a little more time in letting people know what they're being used for. These are public cameras. And whether you know it or not, when you go to Walmart or the doctor or the hospital or any business down there, schools, churches, you've got cameras on you. And they're there for safety. I'm not having a conversation with anyone. I'm doing my 3 minutes up here. Oh, so you're used to your opinion, but you don't want anyone else's. Okay. Yes, thank you, sir. Okay. I'm told that our neighbor, Thatcher, has Flock cameras. And tonight I learned that the county and Pima have them. I think maybe we should look and see just exactly how these are turning out. Again, they're public cameras. They're not cameras, not a camera in your house. You know, this is making your public life into it. Have another drink and go ahead. You're good. I feel we'll all be safer with these Flock cameras. I've already heard of 3.
Mayor?
let's hold it down. I think that let's show him the courtesy he showed you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I've already heard of 3 incidents where the cameras caught someone that caught a couple of younger gentlemen pointing a gun at a young girl. And another one where the vehicle was stolen. And I think what we need to see is maybe a report or something from the council here where they say, okay, this is what we used it for. And I know none of us want to have a child or a family member kidnapped and taken away. And,
Thank you, Mr. Ragland. That's your 3 minutes.
well, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, next I have Sheriff PJ Allred.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and everyone that's here tonight. Appreciate that.
Sheriff PJ Allred. Mayor, just to remind the audience here, please keep the noise down and any comments, give him his 3 minutes, please.
Hopefully I won't take 3 minutes. But anyway, thanks for allowing me to come here this evening and visit with you just for a minute. Of course, I guess I'll say the word that everybody did not want to hear. They say they hear all the time. It is the safety part of it. Having been a police officer in this city and in this county for 39 years, which is longer than a lot of you have been alive, not all of you, but some of you, been able to see a lot of things happen in Safford and in Graham County, in our community. We do. We live in the greatest community there is in the state of Arizona, or anyway. I argue that with anybody I go around. That's just the way it is. We're the best. All right? I didn't say the police and sheriff was the best. I said our community's the best. We do appreciate the words that's coming from everyone saying how they appreciate the police. I tell people that all the time. Our community still backs the police. There was 100%. Oh, is there 1 or 2% out there that doesn't? Sure, there's always somebody that doesn't. Understand that. But the tools that we use, now I understand the process, whatever. That's good you're here talking about that with the council. You can visit about those things, get that stuff in alignment, however you need to do it, or whatever, that's great. But I can sit here and think about the good things that the flock system has done for us. Mr. Ragland started pointing some of them out. I'll also tell you this, flock cameras have been around for a little while. I've seen way, way, way more harm come to you guys as the citizens, us as the sheriff's department, the police department, everything else, by getting on our cell phones, getting on Facebook, on Instagram. Our children are on these things. We're not monitoring them, but it's their right to monitor them, and your parents' right to let them do that. Your computers, I have elderly people, young people, come and report all the time about the fraudulent schemes that they're involved in, they've been taking, the pornography that's been put on those things, the children's pornography that's been put on those things. We haven't arrested anybody yet with a child pornography case out of the school system because of flock. Some years ago, yeah, I can tell you of a teacher who took pictures inside of the school of a child that we happened to help work the case and be around. That stuff's happened. It happens all the time, whatever. But this particular tool has helped us with some very serious crimes. I think, and I would think that you also would be very grateful to know that, hey, there's someone coming into our county right now, driving a vehicle, has been involved in a homicide. That's probably really good information for us to know, especially when they run into your wife and children in the store. But anyway, appreciate your time. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Mayor, next I have Mr. Scott Bennett.
Excuse me. Mayor, Council, thank you so much. If it please you, I would also like to thank all those who have spoken today. I have been inspired as what we've seen is democracy in action. This is our Constitution. This is the marketplace of ideas. This is people who are all good, who have some of the same and some different ideas. We're all allowed to voice our opinions respectfully in the public forum. And while I suspect many here will not agree with my opinion, they have inspired me by voicing theirs. And I hope the respect that I showed them will be reciprocated, and I'll be allowed to say my 2 cents on this issue. As the county attorney, it could be argued that I am Big Brother. I hope people don't really think that, but certainly that argument could be made. And I'd just like to point out and avow to everyone in here, I have never once abused this system. To be honest with you, I can't even log on to it. It is impossible for me, as the county attorney, the top prosecutor in the entire county, to access any of this information because there are safeguards in place. And while I'd be happy to discuss what Flock is and what Flock isn't from my perspective, I thought it would be most beneficial for me simply to share why I am advocating and imploring and begging the council to let us keep it. And to be honest with you, this wasn't what I had anticipated sharing, but as I said, I've been inspired by what I've heard. And it came to me that one thing that I think everyone in this room has in common is a concern for our children. I've heard many people get up and talk about the dangers that could be imposed from a variety of sources on our kids. And that is the exact reason I'm begging you to let us use this tool. I am a father of 5. My oldest just graduated from college, and my youngest is still in elementary school. And the biggest fear that I have as a father, and I suspect every parent and grandparent and great-grandparent in this room will share, is that someone could hurt or take their child. As a prosecutor, I want you to know human trafficking is real. I have had to prosecute cases, and I have looked pure evil in the eye, and I can attest to you that there are people in this world that would hurt our children. And when you tell me we have a way to better protect my kids and your kids, don't give it up. If someone were to take one of my children, the 3 or 4 officers on duty at any one time cannot patrol the entire county. But because of these cameras, their car would trigger every place they went. Law enforcement could go and intercept and save my kids. They could save everyone's children. Don't take this away. Don't give quarter.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. That's your
Thank
3
you.
minutes. Mayor, that concludes all comments on agenda items. If we're ready to move on to the next, I do have 2 comments for non-agenda items.
Let's go with them.
Okay, first comment for a non-agenda item is Cynthia Woodman.
I do live in the city of Safford. I don't know if the last 2 individuals had said where they live. But I do live in the city of Safford. The question that I have is, when did the city vote to provide a business with more real estate on Main Street than what came with the business originally? And that took away a handicap space and part of another parking space and part of what you're going to vote on tonight has to do with said business and whether or not they can obtain a liquor license. When banners have been placed in the street for liquor in the past, I don't think that this city promotes the consumption of liquor. I've lived here since 1973. This community hasn't changed much. I am not a member of any group of this community. In fact, if there are no twigs and branches in my family tree to this community, you can say whatever you want to me, and it ain't going to affect me. I have no relatives here. I have no affiliations left or right here. So I'm just wondering how a business obtains more than, I mean, why have a main street anymore? If we're going to encumber part of the street to a business. Just my question. And it's something that irritates me every time that I pass by that business, because I didn't vote for that. And I'm just wondering how a business obtains more space.
Thank you.
Hello? Okay. All right, Mayor, next I have Danny Smith.
Mayor, Council, my name is Danny Smith. I live at 350 Cochise Street here in Safford. And I wanted to thank you for your support for Mount Graham Regional Medical Center and our quest to obtain a CON for better ambulance service. We haven't submitted our application yet, but we're looking forward to doing that very soon. I wanted to invite you to a ribbon cutting we're having Monday at 9 a.m. for Copper Mountain Clinic in Thatcher, new health clinic and open to everyone. It's on the EAC campus, but it's not just for EAC students, it's for everyone. And then September 14th, we are opening our outpatient pharmacy at 9 a.m. Is our ribbon cutting. We invite you to that, and I'll send you an invite to that. So I'm going to switch hats and talk about some exciting things happening in downtown Safford. Thank you again. We received some money from the city of Safford for our facade grant program, which we've been doing now for about 20 years, resulting in over $1 million in improvements to facades in downtown Safford. We have the light parade coming up and the Merry Main Street coming up, which you all are a big help, and we appreciate that very much to make those events happen. I just returned from a downtown conference in Flagstaff with cities from all around the country, and am energized to continue to make good things happen downtown. They said there that if your community comes downtown to pray, celebrate, and protest, you have a healthy downtown, and you see all three of those things happening in our downtown. We continue to be the heart of the Gila Valley. We have 114 businesses with 690 employees working in downtown Safford. And it's hard to believe, but I could show you where they're at. But we don't often think of it that way. It's its own shopping center. I'm going to switch hats again with another organization and let you know about something. Graham Development Corporation, the owners of the DRG building, myself and 2 other board members represent Graham Development Corporation. We just signed a new lease, a 20-year lease with DRG. They have new owners. Guy's name is Anthony. They see the future of their company in Safford, Arizona, moving from Scottsdale to Safford. So we're really excited to see that. There's a quirky situation where Safford owns the land and we own the building as a nonprofit. So I wanted to let you know about that. And I'm almost out of time, but I'll come back another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Mayor. That completes all public comments.
Okay. And we'll move on to item number 7. We'll close the regular meeting, and reconvene into a public hearing. The public hearing is required by Arizona Revised Statute, Section 42-17104. The public hearing held for the purpose and comments we want to hear from the public. Number one, Sapos LLC, the liquor license application. It's a public hearing, so we're, and it's located at 503 West Main Street.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. This is a request for the mayor and city council to hold a public hearing relating to a liquor license recommendation to the State Liquor Board regarding a transfer of ownership for a Series 6 bar application that was submitted by Joseph G. Montes on behalf of Sapos LLC for a new business that is named Sapos. They're going to be located at 503 West Main Street in downtown Safford. Analysis on this, the applicant has submitted an application to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control for the Series 6 bar license for the proposed license premises. A Series 6 bar license is a transferable on-sale retail liquor license that authorizes the sale of all spirituous liquor for consumption of the licensed premises and includes limited off-sale privileges as permitted by Arizona law. Pursuant to Arizona Statute 4-201, the City Council is required to hold a public hearing and submit a recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control. The council's recommendation is advisory, and the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control serving as the final licensing authority. The proposed licensed premises is located on Main Street within the City of Safford Entertainment District, which was established by a resolution in 2019, number R19-038, and I've included that for reference here along with the map of the entertainment district. At this time, we open the public hearing.
Anybody?
If there's no public comment,
Okay. No public comments? I didn't hear you.
Mayor, if there's going to be a public comment, if you could please come up to the front.
Richard Mondragon again. I'm all for entertainment district. I'm for nightlife for this new establishment. But just inquiry. I barely heard about this when I read about it early this morning, 2 o'clock this morning. So if you guys could fill us in, what kind of establishment you guys want to bring?
Mayor, and we do have the owners here. If you would approach the podium. We have Santiago Lopez and Joseph Montes.
How's it going, guys? Sorry, I didn't know the rules. I didn't know if I can come up here and talk. But essentially, this is the American Club, Tooties. It's been around for quite a long time. It's been a very, very good place. It's been here for quite a while, but we just thought that Main Street kind of needed a change. So what we're gearing is a nice, clean establishment that is going to be consistent, safe for all families to come around. Kind of something that you'd go into whenever you go into Scottsdale, Phoenix, or the bigger cities, where you can go and enjoy a nice cocktail, a mocktail, dinner, or what have you with your family and not have to worry about maybe looking over your shoulder or being seen coming out of the place. We're looking for a very family-friendly environment, and we hope that it just brings a lot of life downtown to where if you decide you want to go somewhere and just hang out and have a good time and watch a sports game, even if it's a local game that's out of town, we plan on having them on the screens. That way, we can stay involved with all of our local sports and our community. But that's what we're looking forward to.
Let me just, like, what would your hours be? 7 days a week, or how would that work?
We're still working out those logistics. We do want to have of course, like a lunch menu for people that are downtown or in the area could go down there and get a quick bite to eat. We are not looking at being open to the 2 a.m. hour. We are going to be looking more family-friendly hours, maybe closing down, 10, 11 o'clock. So we're not looking at trying to keep it as the same bar it was to, shut down the liquor hours, but more of a family-friendly place that accommodates everybody.
So, Mr. Montes, the American Club sold?
Lopez, yes, sir. Montez is my buddy over here. He's my partner.
Okay. I
But
thought
y-
Lopez.
yes, we did. We
So
did
the-
purchase the American.
So the
Club.
American Club sold,
Yes, sir.
and what this is, item 1 and 2, and then on the next page, also item 1 and 2 is mainly the transfer of the liquor license.
Yes, sir.
That is what you're here to have a hearing for, is to transfer the liquor license so that you can open the establishment and have that liquor license in support.
Yes, sir.
That's the gist of the whole hearing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
If there's no additional comments, we can,
Then we'll move on to item number 2, Genevieve's Marketplace Liquor License Public Hearing. Nobody?
I'll get there, Mayor, sorry. Good evening, Mayor. This is a request for the mayor and city council to hold a public hearing regarding the person-to-person transfer of a Series 12 restaurant liquor license submitted by Lacey J. Bryce on behalf of Genevieve's Marketplace that's located at 401 West Main Street in Safford. Lacey J. Bryce has recently purchased Genevieve's Marketplace, including the existing Series 12 restaurant liquor license, and has submitted an application to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control for the person-to-person transfer of the license. A Series 12 restaurant liquor license is an on-sale retail liquor license that authorizes the sale and service of all types of spirituous liquor for consumptions on the licensed premises. To maintain the license, the establishment must derive at least 40% of its gross revenue from the sale of food. Failure to meet the 40% food sales requirement may result in the revocation of the license. The licensed premises is located within the City of Safford Entertainment District that was again established in 2019 by Resolution Number 19038. The governing body of the city and town may approve the exemption for the statutory separation requirements for qualifying licensed premises located within an established entertainment district when applicable. Genevieve's also includes an outdoor patio for patron use. The patio is considered part of the licensed premises and does not require an extension of premises, provided that it is separate from the primary premises by a public walkway and is located within 30 feet of the non-contiguous licensed premises, as permitted by state law. Attached is the license application and also the resolution, and this opens the public hearing.
Okay, then we'll move on to item number 3. Any comments from the council? Or the public? We'll move on to item number 3, establishing a credit card and automatic clearinghouse convenience fees for the city.
Mayor and
Troy?
council, Troy Bingham, your finance director. This item is the public hearing portion of a fee increase. So we brought an item back on May 18th that opened our intent to increase fees. This is a two-part solution to a problem. Our budget, we noticed that we spend $200,000 in credit card fees, covering credit card fees for mostly our utility customers, but it could be anywhere from our landfill, our libraries, our permitting, and also our cemetery. So what we've come to the conclusion is our software that we currently use is our ERP system, Cassell, is offering a new product that is not Express Bill Pay. Express Bill Pay is what we've used since, I believe, 2018. And the new product allows us to actually push the charge back on the customer if they use credit. One of the items that came up on May 18th was the idea that using online checks should be free still. And so that is not included in this request tonight in this intent to raise fees. It's just credit card fees and the fees associated with the return of any such product that could include an online check if it's returned. So this establishes those fees in our record, but this is not to vote on it. This is the public hearing portion where the public gets up and voices any sort of concern. So I will leave it to a public hearing at this point.
I just wanted to voice clarification for that. Does that mean specifically that we're talking about the credit card fees when you pay for your utilities and stuff, instead of the city waiving that fee or paying for that fee? It would just be charging the fee to use the credit card, right? Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Anybody else?
It's just, you said that it's costing us 200,000. So we just want to recoup, just like everybody else does. If you use your credit card, we're going to charge you a fee because we no longer want to put it on the burden of the taxpayers for that fee.
The fee payers, correct.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I think we're good to move forward, Mayor.
No, there's a.
All right, I use Bill Pay, the Express Bill Pay online, so that would be another fee for, we'd have to pay individually. Express Bill Pay is how we pay our utility bills. I believe it draws it from our checking account.
Troy, if you could please respond to the mic.
If you use a credit card on Express Bill Pay, yes, this would be a whole different system. It'll be called the Cassell Portal, Citizens Portal. Yes, if you use a credit card, you will be charged. If you use your bank account, so if you give your routing and account number, you will not be charged. If it returns, there is 3 fees associated with return credit cards, ACH returns, and unauthorized ACH. So if you disputed it, there would be a fee associated with that charge. That's all that we're asking for tonight.
Troy, I do have a question on, you have the proposed effective date as of August 27th, or when the final transition to the new payment process is complete. Do you anticipate it's going to take longer than that, August 27th date?
It could. Given what we're seeing right now, it could go past August. There is other systems like the permitting system that will be effective August 28th. But certain parts of the system might not be up and running on August 28th, but in the near future, by October 31st, we hope to have all of this implemented to where Express Bill Pay is no longer an option, and all it is the Cassell Portal at that point.
Anybody else?
Okay, right now, so you're saying Express Bill Pay is going out. All right, I'm gonna speak for the citizens of this community and my parents who are elderly raising their grandchildren. We are taxpayers. We're paying taxes right now. Okay, so taxpayers covering this $200,000 bill. Right now, you guys are taxing our elderly in the community. They don't want that. They don't want more fees. I don't know if you know locally, city, Walmart, Circle K, they cut a bunch of hours for the part-time workers. These elderlies, my parents, they're barely making it. You know what I'm saying? They cut their hours at Walmart. Their utility bills in the house, $400 or $500. Okay, so I'm against this. Speaking for the community and my parents, we're against this. I enjoy Express Bill Pay. It's quick and easy. We get it paid. My dad pays cash, but for the community, no.
So again, to clarify, cash is still free, and Express Bill Pay will be transitioning to a new system, but you can continue to be free if you sign up with your bank account information. So the only thing that's changing is the credit card portion. If you use that convenience of using a credit card, there's a fee that most places are now charging and pushing back on the customer for that convenience. So that is the convenience fee.
Anybody else?
I think we're good, Mayor. We did skip one of the agenda items, so once you're done closing the agenda, if we could move to the Safford Police Department accreditation. I apologize, it's not on your guys' copy. It was amended and I didn't repeat, but we do have an agenda item for the Safford Police Department accreditation.
Oh, okay. So what are we gonna do now then?
So go ahead and close the public hearing,
Okay, we'll
and then
close the
we'll revert back to the Safford Police Department accreditation. Again, I apologize, the council's copy doesn't have it on there.
Okay, the public hearing is closed right now, and then we'll go ahead with the police department and the accreditation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Eric Bejarano, your city manager. For those in the audience, I'm on the front right in the table here. Want to welcome you all this evening. Welcome our community. It's great to see you here, not only in the audience, but those watching at home. I do want to share one thing. I did hear our sheriff say that our community is the best, I think is what he said. I made a note, which I completely agree with. But I want to explain over the next couple of minutes how our police department is becoming one of the best agencies, not only in southeastern Arizona, but also in the state of Arizona. Tonight, I'm proud to recognize an extraordinary accomplishment by the Safford Police Department, earning accreditation through the Arizona Law Enforcement Accreditation Program, or ALEAP. Accreditation is a voluntary, independent review process that verifies a law enforcement agency meets recognized professional standards and follows proven best practices. It is an external validation of the department's commitment to professionalism, accountability, transparency, and exceptional service to the residents of Safford and the greater Gila Valley. This achievement represents more than 2 years of dedicated work under the leadership of Chief Brian Avila, who made the decision to pursue accreditation and guided the department through every step of the process. With the guidance and mentorship of accredited law enforcement agencies and ALEAP assessors, the department reviewed every aspect of its policies, training, operations, and procedures to demonstrate compliance with 174 professional standards. This was far more than an exercise in meeting requirements. It established a lasting framework for accountability, continuous improvement, and organizational excellence that will strengthen the department for years to come. The true value of accreditation extends well beyond the certificate itself. It means our community can have confidence that its police department is continually evaluating its operations, maintaining the highest professional standards, and holding itself accountable through independent review. It strengthens public trust, reduces organizational risk, improves operational effectiveness, and positions the department to better serve our residents today and into the future. Today, the Safford Police Department stands among only 37 accredited law enforcement agencies in Arizona and is just the second accredited agency in southeastern Arizona through ALEAP. This remarkable achievement reflects Chief Avila's vision, the exceptional leadership of Accreditation Manager Sergeant Nicholas Munchow, and the dedication of every member of the department. On behalf of the city, I congratulate the entire Safford Police Department on this distinguished accomplishment. While tonight we celebrate earning accreditation, the true achievement is the culture of excellence it has created, one that will continue serving the people of Safford and the greater Gila Valley for years to come. Mayor and Council, this is a huge accomplishment, as you heard, for our police department. If you would, what I'd like to do is invite Chief Avila up with his team to the front of the dais here, as well with the council. I do want to make one last comment before I pull out the awards. I had the opportunity to sit in the hearing when our department was being reviewed for their final accreditation process. And I want to share some of the comments that were shared. Most of you know I'm a retired police officer. I know how big this effort is for our police department. So they were praised for being a department of their size and acquiring this accreditation. And the most profound comment I heard is a gentleman on the panel had been serving for 4 years and had heard several accreditation hearings. And he said the outpouring of positive comments from our community was the most he had ever seen about a police department. So we should congratulate the men and women of the Safford Police Department. Chief, I'd like to invite you and your team up front, please. Mayor and Council. Thank you, Mayor. I turn the time back to you.
I'd like to give another round of applause for our police department, please. Thank you. They're the best. Okay, we'll move on to item number 10. It's new business. Asapos LLC liquor license application recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request for mayor and council to recommend approval or disapproval to the State of Arizona Liquor Board relating to liquor license transfer of ownership for a Series 6 bar application that was submitted by Joseph G. Montes on behalf of Sapos LLC that will be located at 503 West Main Street. I don't want to repeat everything the same because it literally is exactly the same from the public hearing. This is just the item to have a motion to either approve or disapprove, giving the recommendation to the State Liquor Board. With that, I stand for any questions.
Mayor, is it possible to combine item 1 and 2 consent-wise?
I have no problem with it. Is that okay, Bea?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, in the future, yes, we just have not adopted having a consent items yet on the agenda.
Okay, so we need a recommendation for the Sapos LLC liquor license application to the state.
Mayor, I move that we recommend approval to the Arizona State Liquor Board, a liquor license transfer to Sapos LLC.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the liquor license application transfer to the state. All in favor? Opposed? Done. Item 2, Genevieve Marketplace liquor license recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request for mayor and council to make a recommendation to the Arizona State Liquor Board regarding the Series 12 restaurant liquor license application submitted by Lacey J. Bryce on behalf of Genevieve's Marketplace that will be located at 401 West Main Street. Same as the public hearing. All my item is exactly the same as the public hearing. It's just the item for the approval or disapproval to the recommendation to the State Liquor License Board. I stand for any questions.
It's an action item.
Mayor, I move to recommend approval to the Arizona State Liquor Board, liquor license transfer to Genevieve.
Second.
Okay, so a motion and a second to approve the liquor license transfer recommendation. All in favor? Opposed?
Thank you.
Then we'll move on to item number 3. Everybody have a chance to approve the July 13, 2026 council meeting minutes?
Mayor, I did want to take a second to address the comment made by Mr. Mondragon. There was a clerical error, so I will be correcting that. I will correct his name and also she to he, so typed a little too fast on that. So I apologize, but I will get those corrected.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask if we can make sure when council members are asking questions, if we make sure we identify which council member's asking, because I noticed in some of the notes, it just said council, and in other, it listed the specific council member. So if we could make sure that we're doing that, since some people use the written as the notes versus the video.
Thank you.
And you have it on here where request for agenda items. It says that council may have a discussion to take action to determine if an item may be placed on the agenda for the upcoming. Does that mean that if I request an agenda item, that's right then, the rest of the council can have a discussion on whether to put that on the agenda or not?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, that relates back to our city code, just depending on when the item was last on the agenda. If it's within the last 6 months, you're required to have 2 additional council members join you on asking for that to be added onto the agenda.
So if it had been voted on once before, whether it made it through or did not make it through, that is when that ordinance applies,
Mayor, Vice Mayor, that's correct.
even if the vote was unanimous.
That's correct. If you want to revisit any item, whether it was approved, disapproved, if it's been on the agenda for the last 6 months, you have to have 2 other members request it with you.
Okay, and then it says that Vice Mayor Lopez requested an agenda item be brought back for discussion. It doesn't identify that I requested that the discussion, I
flock.
believe item 15, for the flock cameras be brought back so that we could discuss it publicly.
Thank you for catching that. I'll get that corrected.
Okay, I just would like, when people read the agenda,
Absolutely.
they realize who requested what
Yes,
and what the topic is.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Anybody else? If not, it's an action item.
Mayor, I move that we approve the minutes for July 13, 2026 with the stated corrections.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the July 13th, 2026 agenda with corrections mentioned. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. We'll move on to item number 4, Planning and Zoning Commissioner appointment. B?
Give me a moment. I'm getting right back to that.
B, I can take it if you'd like.
I have it. I'm just pulling it up. Thank you. My iPad would work. Sorry about that, Mayor. I'll be presenting on behalf of Jamie Embeck tonight, the Planning and Community Director, Development Director. This is the request by staff for Mayor and City Council to appoint one applicant to fill the vacancy on the Planning and Zoning Commission. For strategic goals is for public information and outreach. The volunteers on the Planning and Zoning Commission serve an important role in reviewing code updates and development projects at public meetings. Background on this, council passed an ordinance in 2022, ordinance number O22-002, to update the appointment process for Planning and Zoning Commissioners to read as follows. I will not bore you with our city code there. The analysis here is Corina Pino Reyes resigned from the Planning and Zoning Commission on March 11, 2026, creating a vacancy for the remainder of her term, which will expire December 31st, 2026. The city advertised the vacancy and received applications from 2 qualified individuals. Interviews with both applicants were scheduled during the executive session at our last meeting on July 13th, 2026. However, only one applicant, Quentin Younger, appeared for the scheduled interview. The mayor and city council interviewed Mr. Younger and had the opportunity to review his qualifications and interest in serving on the commission. The other applicant did not appear for his scheduled interview. Recommendation, staff recommends that the mayor and city council appoint Quentin Younger to the Planning and Zoning Commission to complete the unexpired term ending in December 31st, 2026. And with that, I stand for any questions.
An action item.
Mayor, I move to approve Quentin Yunker to Commissioner of the Planning and Zoning Committee.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve Quentin Younger to the Planning and Zoning Commission. All in favor? Opposed? And I'd definitely like to thank him he's a young man, and when we talk to him, he seems very aggressive, and I think he'll do a good job for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, number 5, it's library mural finalist selection.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. So staff is requesting the Mayor and City Council to select the preferred artists from the 3 finalists for the library mural. Our strategic goal is quality of life and library services. I will give a brief synopsis of the background. We did receive a total of 28 applications when we posted the request for artist proposals from March to April of this year. And from those 28, 3 finalists were selected. The finalists were tasked with creating a proposal that was presented to the Mayor and City Council on Monday, June 22nd. We were directed at that meeting to request public feedback on the proposals and return with the item on July 27th, which is this evening. On the screen are our 3 finalists, Camila Ibarra with More Than Just a Good Read, Clyde Thompson with Shared Stories, and we had Molly Keene with Tracks and Tales. So we did post a public survey and shared it on social media, and the public could also come into the library to share their feedback in person. So we did receive a total of 865 responses. 737 of those were online and 128 were in person. So the mural proposal receiving the highest number of responses belonged to Molly Keene, which is Tracks and Tales, which is what you see on your screen right now. So staff is requesting the mayor and city council to select a preferred artist. And once that's done, we'll finish finalizing a timeline, and keeping in mind October 1st is the deadline, we like it to be completed. Are there any questions?
You're saying the survey chose Molly King?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Thank
Anybody else? It's an action item.
Mayor, I move that we select Molly Keene for completion of the library mural.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve Molly King, that's Tracks and Tales for the mural on the library. All in favor? Opposed?
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 11, contracts, agreements, and bids. It's the IGA for the facility use between Safford Unified Schools and the city.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Eric Bejarano, your city manager. Pardon me. This is a request for the mayor and council to approve an intergovernmental agreement with the Safford Unified School District for the shared use of recreational facilities by the city and its residents. The City of Safford and the Safford Unified School District have partnered for the past 4 years through an IGA to provide recreational opportunities for the community through the shared use of district facilities. The proposed agreement continues the successful partnership by establishing the terms and conditions for city and public use of designated district facilities while outlining each party's responsibilities for scheduling, maintenance, operations, and cost sharing. The updated agreement also includes the district's second gymnasium, expanding recreational opportunities for city residents. Approval of the proposed intergovernmental agreement continues a long-standing partnership between the City of Safford and Safford Unified School District that expands recreational opportunities for city residents. The agreement clearly defines the responsibilities of each party regarding facility access, scheduling, maintenance, insurance, and operations while providing the district with financial assistance to offset maintenance costs associated with public use. Mayor and council staff recommends the approval of the IGA with Safford Unified School District. And Mayor, before turning the time back to you, I just wanted to share some data that was shared with me by our special events liaison, Mr. Ruiz. He told me that last year this IGA supported 385 youth athletes. Those were in a combination for a junior league volleyball. And then also we had a youth basketball league. And I think youth love basketball because there were 320 that participated in grades 1st through 6th. Mayor, I turn the time back to you and happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Bejarano, I was wondering, is this a new contract or new IGA, or is this one existing already that we've just updated?
Mayor and council, good question. So no, this is the contract that we've had for the last 4 years. So we are renewing this contract.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
I was just going to say the school board has already reviewed it and approved it.
Okay, I do want to ask in the future that you provide a red line version, just so we can see what changes, if any, have been made from one contract to the next.
Mayor and council, happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And then also that it does state that it's $10,000 for the initial term of this agreement, and then later discuss when the invoices will be sent to us. So I just want to clarify: is that $10,000 for each year, or is that $10,000 for the entire term of the agreement, which is, I believe, 4 years?
Good question. So Mayor and council, my understanding, it's a $10,000 agreement. I did reach out to the superintendent today to ask the question on why we break that up into multiple payments, and it's just so the school can spread out the usage of those funds throughout the term of the contract.
So again, it's $10,000 each year, though, so a total of $40,000. Is that correct?
$10,000 contract
Okay.
for the duration of the 4 years is my understanding.
For the
yes.
duration of the 4 years. So
Yes.
okay, 10,000 divided by 4.
If I find out different, I will come back and tell you. But I believe it's
Okay.
10,000.
Oh, here comes some clarification.
Per year.
Oh,
It
We
is
pay
Then I
per year.
stand corrected.
$2,500 a quarter. per year.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted
Thank
to
you,
clarify.
Lance. Appreciate that.
Okay.
There's your answer.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, sir. So we're just renewing the contract, renewing it. Is there room in there for if we add any other sporting events to it, that we go back and talk with them? Is that possible?
Mayor and council, so we meet with the school every couple of months, and I can't speak for the school, but I can't imagine that the superintendent wouldn't entertain something like that. It's very amenable. We have great conversation and looking at some wonderful things together in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
this is Bill Sims. That 10,000 has been fixed from the very beginning and they've never increased it.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. It's an action item.
Mayor, I move that we approve the intergovernmental agreement with Safford Unified School District.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the intergovernmental agreement with Safford Unified School District. All in favor? Opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Then we'll go to item number 12, the budget. Resolution R26-019, fiscal year 2026-2027 final budget.
All right, Mayor and Council, Troy Bingham, your Finance Director again. This is the culmination of almost a year-long activity of creating the budget for fiscal year 2027 that started on July 1st, 2026, and goes all the way to June 30th, 2027. So we started back in November with the departments preparing first their CIP requests, the large CIP budget of $156 million over 5 years, but just for this year, it's about $55 million of CIP. And then they prepared their individual line item budgets. And this year we went through each one of those department line item detail with their descriptive notes. And then we had discussions on various items as payroll related. We also talked about contracts in there. We talked about intergovernmental charges we charge within the departments for other departments to exist. And through all that, we got through June, I believe June 22nd is when our last meeting was, where we after we passed the tentative budget in early June, late June, we talked over 7 items. So the 7 items we did were amending the tentative budget to include the ability for police to take on grants for fiscal year 27 that they had not planned for earlier. One was to include a mill and overlay project in CIP that was already spent unknowingly by the engineering department because of a delay from a prior year. In early 26, the 26 money was spent. They thought they had carryover available, and they found out later in the process that they did not. So we did increase, we voted to increase the CIP budget for just 1 year to get back on track for streets. This will allow us to do the 14th Avenue north of the high school all the way to US 70. We also talked about carrying over for the golf course. There was a few projects that we weren't able to get done by June 30th. We were hoping all the way to the end, and they're going to be done early August, I believe, or late August. And then vehicle replacement, there were 2 items. The first one was changing useful lives. We looked at all the useful lives for the various types of vehicles. We didn't change them all across the board, but we did make significant changes to 7-year vehicles became 8 and 15-year vehicles became 16. But some vehicles stayed the exact same after staff recommendations. The other thing we talked about was ghost vehicles, which we talked about it again at a separate meeting in July. And we're going to still talk about as we go through the fiscal year. And this is just, the budget is related to vehicles that were appropriated by management rather than the council in their individual budgets. Some were in the individual budgets, and we will bring back an item in the future that allows us to figure out exactly what we're going to charge interdepartmentally for that, but it doesn't affect the overall budget. The last thing was effluent. We talked about effluent at the golf course and how it's funded and what it pays for. We talked about moving a CIP project from the golf course for the irrigation system to the wastewater where it was moved and how it was paid for. We did do a reduced $1.50 rate per 1,000 gallons of effluent for just the city government. And we have not opened the idea of effluent for all. That'll be in future budgets, and there's talks of future increases to increment that up as we take on possible more debt for effluent system. And and more activities in the effluent system. Last thing is we talked about holiday bonuses. As our tentative budget we put through did not have holiday bonuses across the board. That was one of the items that we felt we needed to cut. Due to the cuts that you were able to make during the 6 items previous to this, we were able to definitely fit the holiday bonus back in. So we brought that back for staff, and that'll be voted on at a later date. This is just providing budget availability for when that item does get voted on, I believe in November, the first item in November. With that in mind, I'm here tonight to finish up this process with Resolution R26019 to adopt the City of Stafford's fiscal year budget for fiscal year 26 through 27, which is fiscal year 27 that we call. And this is the final budget. This will guide staff on where we should and where we should not be spending money and how we should go for the near future. Amendments can happen, but they will be brought forward to the council. Any changes between CIP projects will require amendment. Any departmental changes will require an amendment. So with that in mind, I turn it over to you. I do have a little synopsis of the budget. Because the tentative budget includes contingency, we are already at $132.02 million, which is our maximum capacity for the state of Arizona. And as you can see, 8.15 million is contingency. We would have to have additional revenues in order to spend that money because we are maxed out on our revenue forecast for all the other items in this. So nothing really changed, you can really tell, except for contingency went down to make up for some items. But overall, this is $132,017,625. So $132,017,625 is the City of Stafford's fiscal year 27 budget. I think I've covered all the points. Turn the time over to Mayor and Council to ask any questions.
Questions? Go ahead.
You just said that the final budget is 132. I thought that was the tentative amount.
The tentative budget was also 132 million. All we did was adjust contingency. So any of the adjustments we did moved contingency either into another line item or out of another line item back into contingency, but it's still stated 132.02 million.
And then I received a question from a citizen today, and they're going to be watching. They wanted you to clarify in the analysis where it says the total budget increased from 107.14 to 122, and that talks about there was an increase of 18.36 million. The math didn't math for them, so if you could please explain that.
So when I put together this item, again, they might have tweaked maybe and I missed something, but I tried to look at the various additions on this chart and I just put them together in words. So if I'm missing something, I don't know what that would be, but I was trying to give you a general verbal or written description of what this chart was doing. We know the largest raises by $18.36 million. So that included capital, operating maintenance, and personnel, right?
Right. We said we were only rising 13%. That's where the confusion lies.
So the 13% would include debt service and contingency in that, but the number I was giving was just the first 3 lines, not internal services, debt services, or contingency. And each one of those have their own varying percentages. 13% is just an average overall for the budget, went up 13%.
So you said that we'd have to get some added revenue in order to meet some of the things you've placed in here?
Yeah, with our revenue forecast the way it is, any contingency that we'd be bringing on would be, hopefully a grant would come as a revenue source and we could use contingency to allow us to use that grant. But right now we've maxed out our revenue forecast with our expenditure budget. So any new additional uses of contingency probably need to come with funds with them.
Because we've gone up 13%.
13% overall, 14.88 million.
Now, some of these things that we've placed in the budget, they're in the budget in case they take place, in case we can do it. It doesn't mean that we're actually said, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, that's the differentiation. A budget is just a forecast. Again, it's based off of what we believe revenues are going to come in and how we believe the expenditures will go. Cash and how we spend it is a whole different thing. We have purchasing policies. We have requirements of council to come back for anything over 60,000. That's actual. So when we actually do that stuff, you will vote on that. Whether or not it's in the budget, it's currently either planned for or not. We can cover that during that same item. But if it's not planned for, we'd be asking for contingency.
For example, because it's one of our topics tonight, we had okayed the grant monies for these flock cameras a couple weeks ago.
That's correct.
That means we want to accept the money, but that doesn't mean that we're actually going to spend it. until we know further information.
Correct. There'll be a contract award that will have to go. Anything over $60,000 will require that.
Okay, so that's the way it was voted on to set up. So, okay, thank you, sir.
This budget just allows that to happen. That's so it doesn't get it, have to go through 2 steps to make a change.
And just, you mentioned this before, Troy, and I realize I'm just gonna be asking you to guess a little bit, but in your time as finance director, on average, how much of that budget do we spend per year?
So we did some math in my 2.5 years here. I think the most we ever got to is 62%. Capital, we typically get around 8% of our capital spend. So we have a lot of grand plans, but we don't follow through. But we have put in this year's budget, part of the increases are trying to get to capital and trying to convince people what they can really handle and really accept. So I think we have better plans. We want to bring back a purchasing policy. There's a lot of ideas we have to ease the bureaucracy, but yeah, we typically don't spend all this. This is a lot of talk.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were raising your hand.
So I want to make sure to include in when we vote on this, I want to include that we are going to wait to charge the effluent water to the golf course until we have posted that for the 60-day requirement. And I would also like that to include both the effluent rate to the golf course or for city facilities, and then the other effluent for anyone else. So which is the $250 you talked about earlier. I think it's important we establish the rate. There's no reason not to. So let's just do that and take care of that now. It can change if we need to in the future, but I think it's a good starting point. And then also, before we spend the monies or allocate the funds, I would like for in the motion that you bring back the ghost vehicles prior to any type of allocation of those replacement costs. So those are the 2 items that I would like to see come back to council prior to them being expensed.
Mayor, Councilmember Flores, I just want to clarify on effluent. So we're not advertising a rate for everybody because we don't have enough effluent to give away. So just like we have a contract for effluent for the county for $2.50 per 1,000 gallons, I was kind of treating this like the city of Safford, just a contract for the golf course for the $1.50. So we wouldn't technically advertise anything to the public because we're not offering a utility. We're still under contract. But if you would like to hold on charging that $1.50, that does put us in a little bit of a precarious situation because we are passing a budget based off of that $1.50. So
Were you planning to begin that?
so July 1 is we were hoping to start charging the golf course the $1.50, the reduced rate. That's why I thought we reduced it is so that we could afford
Okay.
it. So we brought it down from 500,000 to about 300,000.
So in the budget, it is budgeted at the 500,000 at the higher rate?
No, at the
Or it
300.
is at the
Lower. That's
the
one of
lower.
the changes that we
Okay.
made, yes.
Okay.
So the $1.50 is in the budget.
From July through for the entire fiscal year.
And if we intend to offer we would have to do a lot before we offer a effluent utility. We're not ready to offer effluent
I
utility.
definitely want that effluent to be something that we can utilize sooner than later.
So does
I wanna-
that help
and I
with the
think-
effluent
Yeah,
question?
yes, thank you for the clarification. Yes, and that is something I've brought up multiple times. And I think where I'm going with this too is just for clarification is that there are places that can use effluent for irrigation and we can be saving on our potable water. And that's something that we should be making a priority to save on our potable water. So I just want to make sure that that's definitely something we're working towards.
And currently in the CIP budget, there's talks of a bigger project that would allow us to do that. But until we do that, the maximum customers we can have is us two, the county and us.
All right.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
And you can do that with the request of just one counselor?
I think she's trying to make an amendment. I was trying to clarify that amendment before it was made. So I don't believe anything's been made yet.
Okay,
So if you didn't
it would have
support
to
that
come as an
amendment,
amendment?
Yeah, and I would be willing to make a motion to say, at least for the ghost fleet, I would not want any type of expense until that has been brought back to council to make a decision on.
and typically our purchases for vehicles are $2 million. So they definitely would come back before council. So you can make the motion, but it doesn't change anything for us.
I prefer to have it in the motion so that I know that it's there.
You can.
And sorry, Mayor. Okay, providing the benefit, it was suggested during budget season we did not, or did we reduce the amount of charitable donations?
We did not.
We did not.
We
That
actually
stayed the
increased
same.
it from prior years of $5,000. It's still that idea that each council member has $15,000 and to individually assign, once we go through the application process, how they want to spend their 15.
Okay, because there had been talk about reducing that to meet the needs of one benefit, so that stays the same.
That is actually, it went up $5,000.
I don't think we all agreed. I didn't agree on that, of each of us having 15,000, because that would cause issues. So I think we had discussed not doing that. I don't know where it came in that we went ahead with it, but I don't remember saying yes. I said no.
So Mayor, Councilmember Brandner, just to clarify, this is the budget. So again, how we go through that process, that'll be a separate vote. When we go through the application process, we can clarify that. This is just the budget that allows that process to happen if that's the way it was planned for. Maybe I misspoke and talked about that's how I thought we were planning for it. But again, that would be a separate vote. This is just the budget capacity to allow us to have 105,000 if you did move that direction. So again, there would be more formal votes on how we're going to do that grant process. We haven't even opened it up, waiting on this budget to be passed. So sorry, clarify that.
Because I did think we were trying to talk to B about coming up with a better formula on how to distribute that, because we've been clumsy in the past.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, to speak on the donation program, it was talked about during work sessions, but I believe staff was going to bring back that item after the budget season to see if we want to keep the same process, change it up, but we haven't done that yet, so.
Correct, and that would be a different vote outside the budget. The budget is just to allow the availability of funds.
I just have one more clarifying question. I'm sorry. You talked about the wastewater treatment plant, and you were moving the irrigation from the golf course to be charged to that. And then you talked about taking loans. What were you talking about doing the loans for, so that we can be very clear?
So the only thing that you have in this budget that you're approving tonight is $100,000 associated with a study that'll happen in the wastewater, and that will be partially paid for by this payment from the golf course this year of about $300,000. And any future payments would be in future. The CIP that we did approve last week or 2 weeks ago, that does have the idea of debt issued in 2028 for some sort of irrigation system for the golf course. But again, there's been talks of that being more grandiose or maybe more stripped down. So all we're voting on tonight is the $100,000 of additional wastewater expenditures that's paid for by $300,000 transfer from the general fund to the ratepayers of the sewer funds. Does that help clarify? It's a lot of green money moving around.
Here's their water.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve Resolution R26-019 fiscal year 26-27 final budget with a condition that the staff does bring back the replacement cost of the referred to ghost vehicles.
Second.
Is this where you had to add your amendment of the
I
water?
added my, I just added
Just the ghost.
the amended for the expense of the replacement cost for the ghost vehicles. And we're okay with the sewer.
All right.
And Mayor, before we proceed with the vote, it does require a roll call vote for adopting the final budget. So we have a motion and a second, and I'll begin with, Mayor Ortega. Are you in favor or against?
In favor?
Vice Mayor Lopez?
Against?
Councilman McGoy?
Or.
Councilwoman Bratner?
Against?
Councilman Hemphill?
For.
Councilwoman Flores?
In favor?
Councilman Arbizo?
Favor.
Mayor, this approves the resolution R26-019 with a roll call vote of 5-2 with Councilwoman Bratner and Vice Mayor Lopez opposing. If I have your permission, I will go ahead and read this into the minutes.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. This approves resolution number R26-019, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Safford, Graham County, Arizona, approving and adopting the city budget for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move on to resolution R26-022, establish in credit card and automatic clearing house fees for the city.
Sorry, Mayor and Council, I was sitting down too quickly. All right. Let me get to the right item and get you back on. Okay. All right, sorry. Should have been ready. All right. So we had a public hearing earlier this meeting to talk about credit card fees. Again, we pointed out in the budget that we spent about $200,000 mostly for utilities to cover the convenience of using your credit or debit card. Also, what's come up is our Express Bill Pay and our relationship with Express Bill Pay has become very tenuous with our ERP software of Cassell, and they produce our bill. They also provide the payment portal for which people make online payments. So we have been looking into various solutions for that, and Cassell, our own ERP system, is now offering a solution that allows a citizen payment portal. And with that citizen payment portal, it does allow us to turn those fees, unlike Express Bill Pay, back towards the customer. We are keeping the one cost of doing a bank or a check, a pay by check online. That is $1.50 per each. I believe we end up paying less than that, but the city will still have to cover that cost as part of the budget. But this will allow, as we transition all of our services, like I said, it's going to take probably till October 31st. Landfill will probably be one of the last things to transition. They're looking at current software that they can push that same fee out to customers as they go through the passway into the landfill. They'll be paying a credit card fee in the future. So for those that have Express Bill Pay, we'll try to get the news out to transition. We'll be making calls to citizens to try to remind them if they're still using Express Bill Pay that the citizen portal is available. It's a great system that you can actually get all the information that you would have to call in normally for. You can now get it at your own fingertips via this website. So I believe this will be a great upgrade for the city of Safford and its citizens. So with that in mind, I bring you resolution R26-022 to establish these credit card fees and ACH related fees for returns for the city of Safford. And at this time, I stand for any questions. I know we talked about this.
Are you going to make an effort with the concern we had tonight to educate the people with the Easy Pay or whatever what is that we're going to transition and they're still going to be offered, if they pay by check, it's still no cost?
Yeah, we're designing the marketing right now. We're going to put it in the bills for most people. We're going to, if you have an email available to the city, we're going to start emailing you. But yeah, we'll try to get that message out that, yeah, using your bank account information will save you money. If you want the convenience of a credit card, it's going to cost. It's a $2 minimum with a 3% after that. So
Can we have a grace period to make sure they understand it?
So that grace period is happening right now. So from July to about October 31st, there will be that grace period.
Okay, because I'd have to talk to more of them and probably the comment that was made tonight to make sure that would work.
Yeah, we're just trying to mitigate that $200,000. Again, we budgeted again this year for it, but we're trying to get the message out, and we hope to transition as quickly as possible, but there will be some stragglers and some people that didn't get the message. We'll try to get the message out the best we can.
Thank you, sir.
So will there be an app available like with Express Bill Pay, or you just mentioned a website? So is it just going to be by?
It's a web-based portal that gives you the information. I don't know about the app yet. I haven't seen that portion of it. We didn't get a lot of people that use the Express Bill Pay app per se, but they didn't really offer a website. So their solution was an app. I think we're moving more towards a website. And you can set up reoccurring payments like you did with Express Bill Pay. You can leave your card on file. All those same things and conveniences that you had before, we're trying to keep.
So for those of us that are already on the Express Bill Pay via ACH, is it just going to transition over, or we're going to have to go re-enroll?
I don't have the rights to give away your bank account information or credit card, so you'll have to re-enroll yourself. So that'll be the message that we get out, that you need to proactively do something. And if you're still paying us in October, we'll probably call you and let you know that you got to make that transition.
So it'll just keep continuing to come out of the bank account until we physically go in and make the transition?
So October 31st, we probably put an end to the express bill pay. So at that point, you wouldn't be making your payment if you don't transition. So that's why the calls would be needed.
Let's just make sure that grace period's, sufficient for the transition.
If I understand right, we were encouraging a longer one, and our consultant that does this for most of the cities that they do it for, they encourage a 2-month. So again, tonight would be the first time getting the message out. We can't implement the fee for 30 days, so August 28th would be the soonest that we could start charging it. We don't plan on doing that. We will have the portal available soon thereafter, but that forced transition will happen later in October.
Okay, anybody else? If not, it's an action item.
Mayor, move that we approve Resolution R26-022.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve Resolution R26-022, establishing credit card and automatic clearinghouse fees for the city. All in favor? Carries.
Thank you, Mayor. This approves resolution number R26-022, a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Safford, Graham County, Arizona, adopting a change to the City of Safford rates and fee schedule.
Okay, then we'll move on to item 2, Resolution R26-025. It's the intent to reimburse the city for any lease, purchase, vehicles, or equipment.
This is a request for mayor and council to approve resolution R26025 for a resolution that declares the city's intent to reimburse the city for any lease purchased vehicles or equipment it purchased for fiscal year 2027. So this is kind of a bureaucratic item that has to go on. If we intend to lease, which our budget that we just passed had leasing for vehicles, both small and large this time, if we made a purchase or if we intend to make a purchase in the next few months, we would have to have this resolution out there letting the banks know that we intended to, whatever we buy with our own cash up front, we intend to get reimbursed by the lease when we do issue the debt. This allows us to go out in the market when it's advantageous to us, not when we're forced to. So if I bought a vehicle today, I would have to go out and get a lease as soon as possible to reimburse ourselves. This allows me, I put the notice out that for the last 60 days and today, anything we've purchased, which we purchased a semi last year, we could possibly reimburse ourselves under that leasing, which allows us, the city, to keep its cash and spend it over time of the life of the vehicle. So we're not spending all of our cash all at once. We can invest our cash. We can offset whatever interest rate we're paying on the lease against that investment. So these are a good cash saving business type activity that most localities do. And so this is an item that you have to do if you intend to reimburse yourself. So I just wanted to get out there that we possibly do intend to reimburse ourselves, and we might not issue debt until later in December. With that, I stand for any questions.
Any questions? If not, it's an action item.
Mayor, move that we approve Resolution R26-025.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve R26-025. That's the intent to reimburse the city for any lease, purchase, vehicle, or equipment 2027. All in favor? Opposed? Okay.
Thank you. This approves Resolution R26-025, reimbursement resolution of the City Council of the City of Safford regarding its intention to issue tax-exempt obligations.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 14. Ordinance number 26-004, amending Title 15, that's the Buildings and Construction of the City of Safford Municipal Code. Jamie?
Good evening. Thanks for the curveball, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Eric Bejarano on behalf of Jamie Imbeck, our Planning and Community Development Director. This is a request for Mayor and Council for a second read and adoption or denial of Ordinance 026-004, an ordinance of the City of Safford, Graham County, Arizona, amending Title 15, Buildings and Construction of the City of Safford Municipal Code. Little background, we've been over this before, but I'll keep it brief. Building codes are updated regularly by the ICC, International Code Council, and other agencies. The currently adopted codes in Title 15 Buildings and Construction are outdated and due for an update. Staff have worked with the local jurisdictions to make the updates to the same code cycle so that it is easier for local contractors to build in all jurisdictions without drastic code differences. The City of Safford has contracted Schum's Coda Associates to review our current codes and suggest amendments and updates. By updating the code cycles and working with other local jurisdictions, the city will be aligned with national best practices and valley-wide regulations. Staff requests that Mayor and Council approve Ordinance 26-004, amending Title 15 Buildings and Construction of the City of Safford Municipal Code. Stand for any question. Well, I'll stand for any questions with assistance of our Public Works Director.
Comments?
Are we still bringing back the separate code for the tiny homes?
Mayor and Council, yes, that will be a future discussion after Jamie returns.
Anybody else? If not, it's an action item.
Mayor moves that we approve ordinance 026-004.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 26-004. That's amending Title 15. All in favor? Opposed?
Thank you. This approves ordinance number 026-004, an ordinance of the City of Safford, Graham County, Arizona, amending Title 15, Buildings and Construction of the City of Safford Municipal Code.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to item number 15. Go ahead, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a request at the council's request for the council to engage the police department in discussion with the staff regarding the Safford Police Department's use of the flock system. Currently, the City of Safford Police Department uses the flock automatic license plate reader system as a law enforcement and public safety tool. During the July 13, 2026 council meeting, members of the public provided comments both
Could you
supporting.
speak up a little bit
Oh,
more?
sorry about that.
Yeah.
Both supporting and opposing the system and raised questions regarding its purpose, operation, privacy, data, access, costs, and oversight. During request future agenda items, Vice Mayor Lopez requested the matter be placed on future agenda item for additional discussion. This work session will provide an opportunity for city staff to present general information regarding the system for the mayor and council to discuss its use within the community. With that, I will turn it over to council for questions. Well, excuse me, let me move forward with a little bit. So we understand that this is a hot topic, and we've heard both pro and con for it. Obviously, at the police department, our first goal is public safety. Public safety and privacy concerns are not opposing values. We stand to protect both. We've engaged in this work session so we can have questions, give accurate information based on the information we have from Flock. So with that, I will turn it over and stand for some questions.
Chief, I noticed the slide you just put up here. Will you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so what we have here is over the past couple of years, we've actually used the Flock system to help us as a law enforcement investigative tool. Right here, what we're seeing is 82 documented Flock-assisted investigations. At the top of that is our stolen vehicles. That's the biggest portion of that. But if you read through, these are the types of crimes that the Flock has helped in solving the crimes, either identifying a suspect, a vehicle, things like that. When I say a suspect, it gives us a lead. Flock does not identify people. Okay. One of the big questions is that it doesn't identify a person. It'll identify a vehicle, a license plate, things like that. Some of the information that we have and that we get put out there is that it's using facial recognition. Flock does not use facial recognition. We have, and I'm getting a little away from this, but just to kind of touch on it, we have a 30-day retention period for the information that we have available to us. After 30 days, any information is automatically wiped. We don't have access to that information any longer. So with that, like I said, you can see the types of cases. So we have, pursuits, we have burglary, we have theft, we have assaults, all those kinds of crimes over the past 2 years, 82. That's victim impact. Those are people that were directly affected by the use of the Flock system. As far as our information goes, we don't have anybody that's been directly affected by their violation of their civil rights, their privacy, their personal identifying information, any of that.
So when you say database, 30 days, what information is Flock keeping?
I'm sorry, what was that?
So you're saying data is being preserved for 30 days. What personal information is being kept by Flock?
There is no personal information being kept by Flock.
So when they take a picture of a license plate, Flock is not running the license plate?
That's correct. In order for any personal identifying information to be obtained, there has to be a human element. And what I mean, easier said, one of the officers has to actually input the information obtained from the Flock system. So let's just,
Well, I have a question then. So when they said earlier a stolen vehicle, motorcycle was caught on Flock and they stopped the car instead of a motorcycle, how would that happen?
I'm not familiar with that case. I can tell you what our process is. If we get a stolen vehicle notification or a hit from a hot list, an officer actually has to verify the information. They have to run the plate, they have to verify vehicle, license plate, things like that. That's without a better word, that's pretty obscure. I don't know how that would happen, that you had a different state, a different vehicle, and yet you stopped something that was notified as being stolen. I'm not familiar with the case. That wasn't our case. I don't believe in even an Arizona case. I believe they document it as Colorado.
So when the Flock camera takes a picture of the license plate, you guys have to verify that license plate?
Correct. And part of that verification process, we have to have a law enforcement reason or a criminal justice reason in order to access the system.
So you guys aren't just relying on AI to do all this for you?
Correct.
And Chief, the officer that's making that request would have to document their name and they're putting in there that they're the one.
Correct. Anytime an officer accesses the system, it automatically date and time stamps who accessed the system. We also have a two-factor identification in order for an officer to even get into the system to access information.
One of the concerns that came to me via someone who didn't want to be identified, they wanted to know, and so I looked it up too, that Flock is recommending that you guys no longer put officer names on the list of when they get the information to protect officer identities. Is that true here?
So I can't speak to that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up Katie from Flock. She can maybe answer some of the technical questions that you may have better than I can. I have not been made aware of anything similar to that, so I don't want to say no, but I have not heard of that yet.
Chief, I'm sorry, before you call her up, I would just like to know, so in your policy, you do state that you're doing audits. It doesn't state who's doing those audits, but within those audits, it is checking what officers, is it checking which officers are using the system and what they're using it for? And then those audits are looking at that?
Yes, and I apologize for some mayor and council. It automatically identifies the officers that's logged into the system, what they accessed. Our policy, and maybe I'll defer to Bill Sims a little bit, but our policy states that we have to have a law enforcement or criminal justice reason. I'll brag on our policy a little bit. It's been used throughout other areas in the state because of its content and the structure that we've put in for the use of the Flock system.
Well, I'm not sure who you call in Flock. Are you Flock or is the company Flock? Because you keep yours for 30 days, then where does it go?
It's erased.
Erased, and it don't go to no data bank?
No.
No, okay. And also, I'm not sure about the policy and a contract. Is it a contract? Is it an agreement or what? Because I don't know that any of either the policy or the budget was ever brought to council. It was approved, and I kind of thought council needed to approve both in the way we do things.
So, and again, maybe Bill can help speak to this. At the time that we did the initial contract, it was within the manager's authority to approve the contract. The spending authority beyond 60,000 was to council.
It was in the manager's authority.
That's the way I understand it, yes, sir.
Because that's the way he did things. And he felt that it was an administrative decision. But we're not quite sure yet whether that's true or not.
If Bill's on the line, he can hopefully answer.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, you've described it well. Under the former manager, many things were done at his level. Here, the chief signed it, was under his authority. That doesn't mean that the manager shouldn't have thought through all these issues and brought them to you. We've now looked at their agreement. I received it last weekend. I sent many comments to them. Katie's there. I've talked to her and the gentleman who's in charge, Cody Bates. They understand my concerns. I've not had a chance. Their lawyers have yet to get back to me because I've heard what your citizens are concerned about, and there's some language in the agreement that can be tightened up. But I sent my comments in, but I haven't heard back. Bottom line is, your chief had a good policy, has a good policy. But right now, there is some broad language in their agreement that could be interpreted in a way that we need to be careful about. And I sent my comments to them last weekend, and I'm waiting for a response.
So,
But the bottom line is, no, you did not see this contract. That was the way the former manager worked. Your new manager is operating much differently.
so we're not quite sure he did or did not have the authority to do it.
I would rather discuss that any session.
Okay, sir.
What was the original amount of the contract?
85,000.
And
And there's some
right-
change.
Right now, council has to approve anything over 60,000,
Correct.
Yes.
so it wasn't approved by council.
We approved the,
We did not.
the amount.
We did not. I reviewed the video today and yesterday. I went and reviewed it 3 different times, and I was going to bring this up tonight. We need to be very careful how we're wording our approvals and our motions, because Steve motioned, and he specifically said, I motion we spend the money. Let's just spend the money for this year and we'll review it in a year. There was no contract provided. There was no motion to approve a contract. There was none of that. So we approved the 85,000 to accept a grant, but we
Correct.
did not approve to spend. So that's what I was getting at, is because people kept coming and asking me, so I reviewed. It wasn't in our motion.
And, but this was our second vote on that as well.
Which vote?
We voted twice on grant funding, I believe, for,
I asked that question in our budget. When we accept grant money, we're accepting it to be able to use it, but that doesn't mean that we've okayed the use of it until we approve it. And I was told, yes, we're approving that we accept the grant money, but we have not approved to spend it. And the answer was pretty much yes. It was in the budget, but not authorized to use.
The other question I have is, let me find it, I'm sorry. Amber Zaluga asked for public records, and you've stated that they can come to you and get it. I calculate it's been 14 business days. Do you plan on giving that to her before tomorrow?
So you are correct. We've had a couple of record requests. I'm not sure which one is hers, but one of them involved 5,000 emails that we have to sort through. Again, I don't know if that's specifically hers. So sometimes the record requests are pretty broad. So we have to sort through those. We have to get the assistance of IT to get specifically what they're asking for.
I just want to make sure that we're staying in contact with her, because if it's taking that long, but she hasn't heard anything back, then she feels like something's been hidden, so.
So we
I
actually,
just want to make sure
just to
that.
clear that up, we actually do send a message out that we've received your record request and we are working on it.
Okay, thank you.
So that
Mayor,
is-
and also Councilwoman Bratner, just to respond to that, we did speak with Ms. Zaluga today from the clerk's office and informed her that it was in process. So she has been informed, and we're working on it. It's just going to take a while because of the amount of emails that are in it.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Is there going to be something in the policy to address a time frame for response?
Are you talking about Flock or are you talking about record requests?
A record request?
There is a time frame, but 5,000 emails is not, that's such a big ask. And again, I'm not sure if that's the specific record request, but that's one of them we're currently working on. And we don't have somebody specifically dedicated to sit there and go through 5,000 emails, make sure it fits the request that they're asking for.
Well, then a call that we're still working on your request is a response.
That's what we just said.
Okay.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, so yes, we do respond that we have it. We do not continue communication through the process. The requester can reach out to us and ask, but we do acknowledge, and that's all that state statute requires us to do, is to acknowledge that we have received your record request and that it's going to be fulfilled. State statute also does not have a required time frame for us to respond. I believe wording, I could look it up, it says just in a timely fashion, which given 5,000 emails, I could not define what a timely fashion would be. So it just depends. And plus, we're getting lots of these requests right now with Flock because it is a controversial topic. But rest assured, we are actively working on all of these along with the clerk's office and the police department.
And just for a little more clarification, sometimes if hers is not that one with 5,000, she may be behind it, but we're trying to fulfill that one first. So that could be part of the delay, but everybody's given a notification that their record request was received.
And I thought I heard you say that we only have license plate readers, but I thought we had as many as 3 different kinds of cameras.
So Captain Clough will talk to the system that we're currently
And
operating.
that one of them was actually face recognition, or it could be programmed or changed or updated or whatever to do these things. Actually, face recognition.
Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. So we do have multiple types of cameras. They do have different functions, but facial recognition is not one of the capabilities within the system. The cameras can take shots as things move by them, but there are different search criteria that are restricted and not accessible, and facial recognition is not built into any of the cameras.
Do you plan on upgrading them to do that?
We do not currently plan on utilizing facial recognition, and I don't know that it's even offered through that system that I'm aware of.
And I think you asked for maybe 24, and there sure seems like there's a lot more out there than 24 now.
So I think we explained that in one of the meetings, how it went. The original request we had mapped out, and then Flock came in with a proof of concept to supplement what we had and show what the system was capabilities. We ended up, now you'll currently see that a lot of those cameras are coming down. And again, we've tried to place them in strategic areas around the city to where, again, you've heard things such as like force multiplier. We are a smaller department. We have a bedroom population here in Safford of about 10,000. But our service population is about 40,000 people, if you look at how many we have. And I will tell you, a great day for us is maybe 3 patrol officers and a sergeant on the road. And with that, when we have a major critical incident kick out, in order for us to up our odds of being successful, it's great to have help. And this system has worked well in that way. And I can stand for numerous examples, real life examples that have happened here in Safford, Arizona. I've listened to a lot of the comments of folks that have come up, and I've born and raised here, grew up here. I had no idea about what happened in Safford, Arizona. We live in a great community, and I want to reiterate that over and over again. We live in a great community. We do have the similar types of things here that happen everywhere else in the country on a different scale. And with these cameras in place, they've really been an asset, an assistant, and have served our citizens pretty well in some pretty serious things. If you can look and see at some of the natures up there, we've heard people say kidnappings don't happen in Safford, homicides don't happen in Safford. These things happen here, and we have actively used this system in order to further our skills. And I really do want to let the public know we appreciate their comments and their trust in us, and we do have a great police department. This is simply a way that we are more effective at our job. And we have really worked pretty hard, not just with Flock, within our own department. The chief has made sure, and I believe you were a part of making sure, hey, we need policy on this, right? We need to get ahead of this.
I did have to ask several times before we finally got one.
So we
Finally.
did have it in place then.
And
It
then
just
I
didn't get
believe
to
the
you
chief
yet.
gave me one, or gave us one, and then you came up with one that was more involved and covered a wider area.
So again, I think we're a lot of the distrust isn't necessarily with police department, it's in third-party companies. And I want to reiterate what are some of the things that we're doing and we have done in order to safeguard these privacies and make sure that we're doing what we're saying what we're doing.
Well, the initial ask was to place them on the in and outs and the main arteries of the city. And then they ended up everywhere.
And major intersections, correct?
Yes, and now they're like coming in and out because Thatcher had them before we did. And you guys would have to call Thatcher. Did this go through? Did you just go through? And then Thatcher finally said, get your own cameras. And so apparently we did. But you said you were going to put them kind of, to me, the outskirts of town. And now they're everywhere. And then you claim, or you say they're at a certain location, but it doesn't show that there's 3 of them on that pole, which means there's 3 of them on there, not just one.
Sure,
So
some of
there's
those that are placed are actually, we've had asks for basically just a plain live view traffic camera to go back for accidents that we have. It's not an LPR, it's not a video like a AI or anything like that. It's a plain camera to watch. I'll tell you, one of the intersections that you can obviously see right here that we have numerous problems with and we've had numerous conversations about in council meetings is right here at 8th and 8th. It's a perfect example of we've had lots of issues, right, with that intersection. To help us be more effective for our community, that's a great way to do it. That's one of the other things that we're talking about.
But a mistrust started right away with the ask and what actually is taking place.
Can you be specific on the mistrust you're talking about?
Like the 24 ask, and then more got put up than that. And then in one meeting you said, but we're going to downscale. And I didn't know downscale from what? From 50 to down to how many? And then you did say, if anybody wants to come and talk to us about it, have them come and talk to me. The natural citizens are not going to go talk to you. Not that you're bad, Chief, I know that. It's just inherent in us that we're not going to go talk to the police about that, and they know who I am. That the marketing and how it started out, and we didn't go to the citizens right, but I didn't know it was going to do this either. I trusted we're going to accept $80,000. We're going to put cameras on the outskirts to work with the county, who's had them longer, Thatcher, who's had them longer, to work with them. Then they're everywhere.
Okay, and that was the proof of concept that we were talking about
The proof of concept,
of what the system could be.
and I don't think we've achieved what it could be. That's what we're scared of.
Okay, what it could be. So again, we talked about, okay, we have our set of flock cameras that were going to be, if approved, of course, permanent. There's lots of places that use flock as what they call real-time information center. That's the proof of concept they're trying to give us. Obviously, that's a high dollar ask, more than the grant allowed. They put those out there just to show us what the system's capabilities were. Okay. At this point, those cameras, as you were saying, in the next week or 2 are scheduled to come down. And correct me if I'm wrong, do we provide a list of which ones are going to be up to council?
Was this meeting, because I know we're in a work session, but I thought I read here where we could have audience participation according to the mayor.
So we went ahead and did all the public comments at the beginning of the meeting since we had such a large crowd.
So the meeting, the way it was written, does not mean that during our work session, we can have other people inject thought.
I'll let Bill answer to that. It's just really difficult to open up a public meeting and how much input are we going to have? When do we draw the line? So that's why we open it up for public comment. Bill, if you could please respond to Vice Mayor, how we took our approach to this.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, your council does provide, which is perfectly okay under the open meeting law, that the discussions on items on the agenda occur at the beginning of the meeting. That's what the agenda says. That's what you've done in the past. The open meeting law doesn't require that. And in fact, the open meeting law doesn't require you to have any comments. But your agenda is front load the comments at the front end. And so that's what this agenda does.
Bill, I
Yes.
specifically asked in that meeting if we could have a meeting where we could talk to the public and they could speak back to us. That was my ask. I said, I remember saying I don't think we could do it in a work session, and I asked so that we could have this conversation even if there were a lot of people. But that didn't happen. And I said, they said they would check into it and see if there was a way that we could do that. So I'm not sure why that didn't happen and if there is a way so that we can do it again. Because there's a lot of people who want to discuss this and we need to give them their voice.
Councilmember Brent, I do recall you saying that, and I did chat with the manager and the clerk about this process. This item is on the agenda, and the way your council has done this in the past is front-loaded. Having said that, as I listened to the chief, as I listened to him describe the benefits your community has, and I've been working with Flock on a number of jurisdictions across the state, I see the utility of the system. Having said that, I hear from your constituents about their concern. Their agreement needs a lot of work. I spoke with Katie, the lady who was there tonight, to say, I sent her the comments. I've not received comments from their lawyers. What you could do is well, right now it's not even on for action, is to say, we would like this to be on action, and hopefully we will have the comments to their comments to the contract that I reviewed. Then you could have this as an agenda item at a meeting at which you just described, Councilmember Brenner, at which the citizens could participate. So that would be the option. Is you would not, there is no action on this tonight.
No.
Is that you direct staff to bring back a contract after their attorneys respond to me, and you have it as an agenda item where that can be fully discussed. That would be one option.
And some of the citizens also said, why are you putting up rock cameras? You can't even slow them down on the hospital road, or you can't slow them down ramping the canal on the avenue right here, Central. You know, that's the comments I hear. You got cameras and you can't catch them doing that. I have no answer for them.
So do the cameras even enforce traffic?
No, they don't.
No, they did away, I think, a long time ago.
Well, that was a complaint.
Yeah, there's a complaint. Like, they did away with the cameras that would take a picture of you and then you'd get a ticket in the mail a long time ago. Scottsdale got rid of them quick. And they did away with those because they were doing similar stuff. But there's a misunderstanding on what you're using them for, Chief. And I know the benefits you have for them, no doubt about it. I felt that I wanted them on the outskirts, but I didn't know they were going to be at the end of every alley. So
Vice Mayor, can I clarify something real quick? This would probably be good for the general public. So photo enforcement, granted, I've been out of law enforcement for the better part of 12 years, so I was a motor or traffic officer. City of Tucson did have photo enforcement, so part of my tasks were to go in and review the citations. It's not that it takes a picture of you and you get a citation in the mail. There is a review process as well. So I just want to clarify it. It's not that automated system. Granted, things could have changed, so I'll say that, but an officer still has to review and issue that citation. And to clarify, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, these cameras in the city of Safford are not tracking speed.
no, they're not. And that's what we need in some areas.
Need
And
that
they do,
clarified, yeah.
an officer does review the snapshot, because I did get a ticket in Tucson, and I couldn't stop at the railroad tracks. I had to continue on through, and I got a ticket. And if I'd told them if I'd have stopped there, that would cause more danger than anything else. They said, all I have to prove is it's your face in this picture. So,
So Vice
Let's
Mayor,
not
just for
confuse
some
people,
clarification, lock cameras aren't associated to
oh,
driver data.
they're not. I know that.
And also,
I
another
just
point
wish
of clarification is that we have, I believe, 97% plus on 20th Avenue compliance rate. We do have, they're not cameras, so don't want everybody to get into an uproar, but the speed signs we have on there, they give us traffic data studies. 97% plus compliance rate with the speed limit on 20th Avenue.
How many cameras do we have? The gentleman called it Tortilla Flats. How many do we have over there?
0.
None. It's a safety issue, none in Tortilla Flats. Why not?
What is the safety issue there?
You guys say these are a safety issue. Is there not what's the safety issue in Safford?
Main thoroughfare.
As big as you
didn't
know,
see-
that got brought up in here. Some people say we don't have as large a safety issue as other places. That's what they said.
There's none on the north side of the highway, I think is what Arnold's getting at. It's
Yeah,
all
there's
from the
none.
highway south.
Why not?
There's one,
One,
correct.
one,
I think a lot of this is a lot of
one.
not being transparent with the public. I mean, I asked and I got some pushback too about where the cameras were, how many we had, what type they were. I think if we did a better job of communicating and making it less secretive, I don't understand why it's a big secret. If it's not linked to personal information, why are we making it so secret? Let the public knows they're out there. If they're going to cut them down, they're going to cut them down. If they're going to damage them, but I think we can do a better job of being more proactive. And I got told to go to your website. I think I asked you something about it, and I got told to go to the police department's website. So I was being a citizen. I went to the website. I could not find the flock information that I needed. I had to go to, I think, deflock me or have I been flocked or something to see how many cameras we had. And then I couldn't find our policy. I couldn't find anything on our website. So I had asked Eric about that. But I was told that it was on your website, but I didn't find it anywhere.
Okay, so to address a couple things, so we're saying we're being secret, but then everybody knows where they're at. That's not a secret. But the idea being is that there's operational safety, security, and things. We don't front load a search warrant and tell people we're coming. Obviously, people know where they're at. And so one of the things is that we've had a camera damaged already. So yes, people know where they're at. Are we going to go and post it on our website? No, we're not going to. It's like we're not going to post like if we set up a traffic detail. The idea is you were saying if people are speeding, if the police are right out there, they're not going to speed. Again, if we're trying to, again, and this is not a gotcha type of thing with flock. We're putting those, what we consider strategic location, major intersections along the highway, things like that. We're not putting them into people's residence. We're not pointing into school, contrary to belief. And they can laugh all they want, but we don't point them into the schools. If the concern is for a camera in the school, go look at the school's camera systems.
Can we move the Dorothy Stinson one because it's right there at the? I mean, my question is because I've seen where they're putting the flock cameras in gyms and on playgrounds and in parks, and if they're not facial recognition, why are they putting them in parks? Why do we have one right across from Dorothy Stinson Playground? If the public's upset about it, how hard is it for us to move it? We can move it to a different pole further from it.
Okay.
I mean,
And
I
strategically,
want to
where would that be?
we could move that closer to 8th. We could, I mean, we need to help people out here. We need to, if they're uncomfortable with it, let's bend some. If it's not going to recognize their face anyway, so let's move it. Let's meet them halfway here because I'm not saying they're awful, but I'm not willing to give up my freedoms either. And people say, well, you carry a cell phone. I choose to carry a cell phone. That's something I've chosen to do. But I don't choose to be monitored all the time. And you can go back and do a log of my stuff over 30 days and you can see every freaking place I've went in the town. And I'm not comfortable with that. And I know you said it's deleted after 30 days, but Flock provides their information to third parties, which they have said that they do. And those third parties have no legal ramification if they share it with someone else or if they even delete that information.
So an important place to start on that was if we wanted to track you, we'd have to have a criminal justice reason.
There
Because-
is a spot on there where it says other. I mean, I know we have a policy, but 25 officers were fired in Georgia in 2025 for misuse. I'm not saying our officers are going to misuse it. We're all human. I know it's going to happen. but I would like to prevent it. And if they're taking away the officers' names, and if they're giving you the option to put other where you don't have to put a case number, you can get in there, there's an opportunity.
So yeah, and ours has specific, either a case number or a reason. Just to be,
Chief, can you speak to what would happen if an audit is performed and an officer is misusing the system? Can we put that one to rest?
Yes, because you didn't answer Alma's question of who is doing the audits.
so Captain Clough does the audits, and Councilmember Florida's brought up a good point. Well, who's auditing him? So we have, and that's one of the things that learning going forward is that if he's using the system, we'd have to have a secondary audit with that. So he does all our audits every 30 days. So to further go into city manager's point, obviously it's a case-by-case study. The misuse of the flock system obviously is a serious offense, especially with there being issues of public trust in it already. And I'll give an extreme example. We have an officer that goes in there tracking an ex-girlfriend, say. Obviously, that's something we're going to deal with probably by termination. I'll be up front. Somebody's using the system in that matter, we're going to terminate them. Yes, there's the misuse of the system, but we're also dealing with something deeper than, we don't want that person working for us to begin with, even though they misuse the system. Do mistakes happen? Mistakes are happening. We're all human error. But malicious use of the flock system for personal gain in that scenario, yeah, I'll be up front. We would terminate that person just because, one, we don't want that person working for us, giving us that kind of reputation, and they don't even need to be on law enforcement at that point. You're using a system that's already on the hot seat for personal gain. It's just like everything else in the world. It's one person does something bad, it gives everybody a bad name on it sometimes. And that's, I think, what a lot has happened here. We've been given examples, like you just said, that people in Georgia, 25 officers. Okay, well, that's now extended to Arizona.
Yeah, 16 year to date.
So we take that serious, and that's why we have the policies we do in effect.
And
go ahead.
sorry, Chief, if I may, what you're explaining, misuse of any system, whether it be the criminal justice system or the flock system or ALPR, since flock is just one type of, what you're telling me by officers being terminated is they're being held accountable. We have a process in place, and we've heard from our attorney that the policy put together by the City of Safford and Chief and his department is actually being shown as an example to other communities. I spent the better part of the last week in Tucson at the ACMA conference, so that's the Arizona City Managers Association. And there's a lot of people watching what happens in the city of Safford tonight and what's going to happen with the flock program, obviously. And I continue to hear the same thing from other managers. We have a breakout session where it's all city managers, town managers in the same room, and of course, ALPRs is a hot topic. One of the continuing things that I hear from the managers is the force multiplier, how these help support law enforcement. And I get, there are folks that misuse these, and they are, and to echo Chief, in the city of Safford, I can tell you they will be held accountable should that happen. I can promise that to you. But the force multiplier for small agencies such as ours, that's important. And I will tell you, we've heard stories that localities are getting rid of ALPR cameras. It's happening. There are situations where the city gets rid of it, but yet the county keeps it. There are situations that I heard that there's also cameras going in the dozens in a community. And I won't say that name because it's not for me to share their story, but these are facts that I've heard. And if we could, you made one more comment, so I want to make sure we talk about this. I think it was something to the data and if Flock shares that. So can you reiterate that? And then we have Flock. I'd love to get these answers or these questions answered instead of just continuing to have a conversation with lack of answers. One of the things I'll share that I hear and that I see, I like to deal with a lot of fact, a lot of research-based information. We've heard a lot of things that aren't factual. And I say that because I've had several meetings. Flock has consumed my life. And if you were to look at my phone, it's probably going to say nothing but Flock because we have all been consumed. And I'm not saying the community hasn't either, but we have been working diligently behind the scenes to bring this to council. And our goal was to have an action item tonight. Unfortunately, we can't do that without all the data for you. So I know we'll get that from the attorneys and our attorney which is the voice in the sky, by the way, if you haven't figured that out. Our attorney will review that and we'll bring that to council, but
Can I
yes,
ask
ma'am.
one thing real quick?
Yes.
Chief has made a policy, but council never approved the policy. Is there a reason it didn't come to us to approve, as we approve all of the policies?
That I don't have an answer. I'll see if the chief has an answer for that one.
So our policy and procedure is reviewed by Edwards and Amado, who do many agencies throughout the state. I'm not aware of that wish to bring policies for council's approval, operational policies.
Is it different than any of the other departments? Because we have to approve all of their, like HR's policies.
If I could jump in, I
I'm
think the
just
key,
wondering
I think the
about
key word there is have to. I don't think, Bill needs to jump in, but I don't think we have to. I think we may do as a practice, but,
Policy is council. We set
well,
policies.
we'll let Bill answer that. I don't know that we have to approve every departmental policy by,
You do not.
as a requirement.
But this is the discussion I had with Eric this week when we tried to dissect what happened before. And clearly, even though arguably it was under your authority, but Councilmember Brenton is right, it's over 60. That technically, and I heard earlier in this meeting, someone say, well, we're under 60, so we can sign. That isn't necessarily true. That's why you have a manager. The manager should look at the contract and say, even though that has been delegated to me, this is something we're going to send to council. And for example, you have IGAs where there's modest expenses, but the statute requires it to come to you. So there can't be a rigid decision or policy by your council that if under 60 doesn't come. Now, whether or not you want to adopt a policy, that is something that I think, given the concern your constituents have raised, that it might be a good idea. I can tell you in the other jurisdictions I'm working at, because the constituents are concerned, the elected officials are concerned, and they want to make sure the policies are appropriate. But I've said this before, I want to compliment your chief. Your policy is what I'm using to give to other jurisdictions to say, this is an example. Having said that, we do need to tighten up the flock agreement because there's some loose language in there that we need to fix. Bottom line is, you're the council. If you want to approve a policy, you have every right to tell the manager you want to approve the policy. But I think you have to do it on a case-by-case basis. I have seen you approve HR policies. There's no reason why you shouldn't approve here, particularly given the public concern about this program.
Thanks, Bill. And if I may, so just so you're all aware, and the community as well, and our team knows this, I have requested and stated every contract for the city will come to me. Things were different in the city months ago. We have a new city manager, as we all know, and we're trying to work through all of these bugs, if you will. So that is a change that I have made very recent. So you've also probably been inundated with emails from your manager. So I try to do the best I can to update you on most everything going on in the city. It's hard, just so the community knows. I can't pull all of you together. It's a meeting, that's what this council meeting is for. So emails are an opportunity to update you. You can't respond, just so the community knows. It's just an information. So we are making those strides as the staff or the team of the city. We can always improve. So I'm always eager to hear feedback and comments how we can do better.
Well, I think that you mentioned earlier that you're working with, with our city attorney and, the top people to come up to tighten the program we have, right? The language. I think that I'd like to see that happen. Come back so we could review it.
We are working diligently, Mayor, to bring the council a contract that you can have time to review and make a decision and ultimately a vote.
Plenty of time.
So just to jump in to be specific on yours, so the policy that we put in our operations manual, that's an operations policy on the use in that. I understand it's an important policy. Obviously, it's a hot topic. All our policy and procedures get vetted through again, we have the Edwards and Amado, which is our police attorneys for specifically to us. Once they're vetted, they're put into our policy and procedure. If you would like, again, I believe we've sent you a copy of that. If there's any recommendation or changes, obviously, that would be something we could send to our attorneys and have them look at to see if that's something that we could input into there. Obviously, we have a contract with them that was approved. I know we're getting into a lot of contract talk, but that was approved. And they give us a lot of guidance for everything, policies and beyond, that has to do specifically with police work. And Bill obviously deals with a lot of the city policies, but I know he's worked with Edwards and Amado and many other agencies throughout the state to do that. So, but if this is one of those specific, then obviously we can talk about that. But I don't know if you would want to see every specific operational policy that we put into effect. So that, I just want some clarification on that, because I think that was more your question, was it, unless I'm misunderstanding.
No, I was just wondering because HR has brought us all policies, and so I just wasn't aware of why this one did not come to us also.
Yeah.
I didn't know that we don't approve any of yours.
Yeah, and a lot of times what happens, especially with case law, I mean, we get every year different, where they have to update our policy. Once they vet that, we put that in. So and I'm not saying HR doesn't have a lot of policy, we've seen that, but that's been our process for that. We have a specific police attorney that vets all that.
So go ahead, Alma.
I just want to, before we move on to another topic, I do want to clarify, just because I do recall when I was an employee that there is a policy, and I believe it is held within the finance area, that does state that service contracts are not required to come to council, especially when they are already in the budget. So there's already a approval process that's happening when we're receiving the information during the budget process. So service contracts were not required to come to council. It was always at the discretion of the city manager whether a contract should come to council or not. And so we allowed him that authority. He was allowed that authority to be able to bring those service contracts. So it was not uncommon that contracts even above the amount of the 65,000 didn't come to council.
That must have been because there was a time that the police chief wasn't under the manager, he was under the council. And, they used to bring him then. The fire chief and the police chief used to be under the council.
And there was a time too, you're right, Mr. Lopez, even just a little bit at the beginning of my time, where even all those HR policies were not brought to council. That was a decision, and that was my only point, that I don't think there's anything in our code or state law that requires all of those policies to be brought. It was a decision made by a council, I think Mayor Couts at the time in particular, who said, I want all of these brought going forward. And so that started to occur. So that was the only point I was making. I don't think there's anything that required it. And I'm not making that as an excuse for why that did or didn't happen, but that's been something that's changed even in my time on the council.
I just don't know if the public feels they've had enough input on this. I don't think so. And also making it clear, if we're the ones to approve the contract, approve the policy, and I believe the county attorney said even he has to make a request for information. But can the police let the information out to an individual citizen? Because for example, small example, Chief, when all the campaign signs got tore down, I didn't want to press charges because there's already charges being pressed, and they said it was a homeless person. And I said, I'm not going to jump on that, let it go forward and stuff. So I said, well, can I see what took place there? And they said, no, if you're not pressing charges, you can't see. But then I found out later that, yes, I was put on as a victim in the proceedings. But I just don't know. And I wanted to see if we had our own cameras on there. But I just feel that it got out there somehow that the cameras, they were messed with, the campaign signs. And that's a hypothetical on stuff, but I just was still thinking about that.
Okay, so again, like we talked about the public records request earlier, I don't know if you put one in or not. And I don't know what information was available on what cameras. So it's hard for me to answer that question on your statement of what you were allowed or not allowed to see.
I had heard a comment that the LPRs worked. So I thought, well, the license plate readers are the ones that picked them up and stuff. That started injecting questions that I had about what was going on with our policy.
Mhm.
And that's what, when the cameras came, I liked the idea of them on the outskirts. And I still feel safety-wise that way. But in the middle of town, I do not, and that's where I'm leaning right now.
Okay.
And I would like, I don't feel the public has had their complete say. I want to figure out somehow where they can. About all the talking I got, and I'm upset about tortilla flats. So
Chief, this probably isn't overly important, but do you know when the county and Thatcher installed their cameras compared to us? I mean, even a ballpark a year
Probably
before?
probably a couple years.
A couple
before
years
yours.
before us?
Correct. 3-4 years.
3 or 4 years before us.
They've been up for a while.
I only seen the Safeway ones pop up not long before ours. Are you saying those are?
I was working in Thatcher when they were up. That was a long time ago.
Oh, I don't remember seeing them that far away.
Again, probably not overly important information, just curious.
but I'm still learning about these also and how they're evolving, and I just
Can
have
we?
developed a mistrust also.
Vice Mayor, where are you learning this at? Because I would like the opportunity to give you our information directly.
Well, it's bombarding us too every way, so I do research it. The people that I see, even on this blast thing, when I see something, I'll call that person. Where did you get this? Where did you hear this? And then the majority of them that I seek out is the people in Arizona that's already got rid of them. Why did you get rid of them? You know, I have questions for them. I have more questions here next month when we all meet together, League of Cities and Towns. What the heck's going on there?
And just a suggestion, maybe start at the source, honestly. That's the best place to start. We can give you our information, so when people give you something that may not be accurate, or you can counter that information. That's a good way to get information
And
out
that's
to the
what,
public as well.
and that's what the other side says is if you talk to the source, they're gonna put their propaganda on you also. So I'm hearing it through both sides on what's going on. I just know some cities and towns have got rid of them. And
Well, and I'm going to make a statement, and I'm not trying to be inflammatory, but we're bound by the truth. And they can snicker and all that, but we all know that if we get up there and lie in court or something like that, the ramifications that happen.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that that's the best information we have from the sources that we have available, verified by third-party auditors.
that's one of the comments they made, Chief, is while a police officer's talking to you, they can lie to you. It's not against the law for them to lie to you. They can come up and say, hey, we just, we saw you on the camera, do it. And then you get intimidated. So, you know, they put that up there too, that they can come stop, hey, I just saw you on the camera. Like when you say, do you know why I stopped you? So you'll self-incriminate. It's a vicious circle, all this propaganda.
I understand what you're saying in the field,
Yes.
but from an integrity standpoint, if you come ask me a question, I'm not going to lie to you just to get an answer you want.
Can I get the question answered by Katie, please?
Sure.
Good evening, council members. For the record, my name is Katie Daphne, and I'm with the Flock team. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity to come speak to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Councilwoman, I believe your question was it about the audit in masking officer data? Is that one of the questions?
Yes, that Flock has put out that you're asking that officers not be identified on the records when someone does a public records request. to
So that
protect
would,
them.
so on on network audits, that would be, say, Safford and Thatcher had a one-to-one sharing record, and there was an audit done on all the searches that are done. There is officer information that is masked for investigative purposes and also protecting officer safety, as well as license plate data to protect consumer safety as well. So it's still maintaining the integrity of the audit and showing why the audit was done, when the audit was done, and for the purpose. But for officer safety and to protect current and ongoing investigations, officer information and license plate information are masked.
And if you provide the data, because you guys own the data, if you provide it to a third party, they're under no legal obligation to destroy or terminate that information within 30 days.
The clarification, when you say you guys, are you talking about Stafford Police Department?
Block. I
We
know
don't-
Safford does it
Um,
in 30 days?
We do not own the data. Safford owns your data. That is 100% your data, and that is explicitly stated in your contract. I know this is something Bill and I have been working on, and I do want to give Bill a lot of credit. His red lines have been very thoughtful, and we do have, we're working on responses to them because they were very thorough and thoughtful. And so we are in good faith working with the team, and we're working on those red lines that he submitted. Flock does not own any agency data. I believe, are you referring to some contract language where there's mentioned a third party?
Yes, and the data is stored on your cloud?
The data, so going back to that original point, on a Flock system, any data that's taken through an ALPR or live video camera is stored in what's called the AWS Cloud Service. And this cloud service is used by defense contractors, federal agencies, and then businesses in highly regulated industries like healthcare and finance. And the reason why these industries use this cloud system is because it adheres to the highest compliance standards to store sensitive data like CGIS information. Something that Flock adheres to, we have a SOC 2 Type 2 compliance and an NDAA compliance. SOC 2 Type 2 is a high rigor security compliance that also has a yearly audit to test the security systems in place to make sure that our systems are working. So that's where the data is stored, but it is your data. And remind me the third party aspect, that was your next question?
Yes. If you
That's for
provide it.
system integration for your police department. So I believe it's Spalding. Is that your other system? Okay, so if a police department did have a third-party integration like a Spalding or other softwares that they use, this would allow that data from Flock data to be used into that data system for police solving and casework investigative purposes. This doesn't apply to your department, but it is in a master services agreement.
But Flock is not providing information to any third parties that have no obligation to delete the data.
Correct. We do not provide, we don't make any decisions with your data. You have complete autonomous control over what you guys decide with your data.
So it'd be another hour conversation on how you make money.
I mean,
How do you make money if you don't keep nothing, you know?
we work with cities and towns like yourselves and
Oh.
different customers, and you guys do have contracts with us to use the technology to work with your police agencies.
So, let's just say we have live video here.
Yeah.
Someone in New York access that video?
If you had a sharing agreement, and this is where your department can go in on who you share with, who you don't share with, then you guys could have, one-to-one sharing, for example. So say Troy, New York wanted one-to-one sharing with Safford for some reason. You guys would have to first ask for that approval rating, approve their share settings, and then go through a 3-step process to make that happen. You make that decision to share. It's not a decision that's automatically happening with the Flock system.
So the police department would have to share that with them.
Mhm.
So if they don't know that agency in New York, they don't have access to that.
Yeah, you make meaning Safford Police makes the decisions on who they share and who they do not share with.
Okay.
I have a question. One of the hot topics that I've seen is like Homeland Security has accessed the Flock system and gotten information. Is that something our department would have to give them? Because in a lot of the reviews they were doing, they said the departments didn't even know that these other institutions were getting the data.
This is something that's this is something that occurred last year and something we've done to product improve since then, knowing that we want to make sure that agencies are in full control and there's no, when you get the software, there's no, okay, everything's automatically toggled on to share. You guys have to make that deliberate decision. So currently, as it stands, if you guys wanted to share with Department of Homeland Investigations for drug smuggling or human smuggling or trafficking, you guys would have to first say that you're open to federal sharing as an agency. Second, an agency has to come in and say, we would like to share with you. And then third, you have to approve that agency. Now, you live near Tonto National Forest. You guys have a post office. There's some federal instances that would make sense for your department. We don't make that decision, but that's something that could pop up. But it's up to a 3-gate system where you guys decide who to share the data with and not to share the data with.
Could you answer my question that I had of what, if they're not tracking faces, why are they putting them in public parks and like on hiking trails, things like that, where there would be no license plate to read?
So this could help officers respond to a quicker scenario. So say in a hiking trail, someone is overheated or maybe something happens, God forbid, to someone on that hiking trail and they call 911. If they're near that camera, an officer can pull up that live feed, assess the situation while they're en route to responding to the call and help that person. It also creates, for evidence purposes, you guys can pull that information. Say someone was assaulted in a park and reported it a couple days later. They can say, okay, this happened at this point, and officers can have more data to solve that investigation.
Do we have cameras in the mountains?
I think she was referencing a question. We don't have any flock cameras in parks or on hiking trails or anything like that.
Okay, we don't.
When you say that the data is masked, is it masked for the captain when he's doing his audits, or is he able to see everything? He's able to see the officers' names and the
For your internal agency, yes. So when Captain Clough does the internal agency audit, he can see Officer Smith, I hope there's not Officer Smith, I'm sorry, did this search at this time on this person.
so it's not masked for the internal purposes to still do an audit.
If there was an audit done, again, with a different city or town, that officer data would be masked. And so it would be up to your police department calling that agency, and that would be a conversation they would have because it's officer to officer for investigative purposes.
Thank you.
Yes, and then there's also reference numbers associated with it as well. So that would make sure that you can say in reference to case number 12345, I saw this officer did this. Can you guys explain more?
So just for the public, because I'm questioning too. So if you're reading the cameras, right, you have the flock camera, I drive by it 15 times, you get my license plate. So they don't know. They literally have to go get a picture, go type in my license plate number to figure out who I am, and get the description of my car and all of that.
For clarification, who would they be? Is that the police
The
department?
police department, sorry.
It would have to be flagged for some reason. And so again, now I'll give you two scenarios, and this is something that's built into the system for transparency purposes. If Officer Smith, our imaginary officer, wanted to track your vehicle, he had your license plate information and said, I want to see how many times you drove down Main Street, and put your license plate information in there and then made up a reason why, that would be an abuse of the system. In addition, that would trigger disciplinary actions by your officers, and that would also, and mainly that would be flagged in the system. That's an anomaly of a search. Why is this person getting searched 20 times in this span by this officer? And that gets triggered to your system administrator. If you were wanted in a crime, we'll use someone else, Officer Jones. Miss Jones is wanted in a crime that Officer Smith is investigating. Then they would have your vehicle information as a suspect and say, okay, I think that this person committed an arson last night here based on witness statements. Here's the license plate, and then they can pull up information, potentially pinpointing you to that data. But that gives you objective information to solve crime.
And what are because they're saying like the zeros and O's can't be read correctly, what are the percentages of that error? Because, I mean, we're seeing it all over our social media that they're getting pulled over multiple times because it's an O instead of a zero. What is the percentage, and how come they have to go all the way to court to get that fixed versus just contacting someone to fix that?
So it's a very low percentage where we have misreads like under 10%, if any. Our system is constantly improving to lower that number. But that's why it mentioned by the chief and Captain Clough. That's why it requires a person verification as well, because zeros and O's do look alike. And as we know in Arizona, there's new license plates that get rolled out every year. And so sometimes that might happen as the technology improves, but that's why it requires officer verification on that.
So I did want to clarify one thing that you asked that I don't know that we totally hit it. You said basically flock identifying you personally. The flock system has no way to identify any personal identifying information, like who a vehicle is registered to, anything like that. So in order for an officer who has a valid reason to figure out who a car belongs to, we take that photo of a license plate, and then we have to run that license plate through the ACEGIS system, two separate systems.
Sorry, that just brought up a thing that I was reading about. I was going to ask, because it says that you guys can now go in there and you can type in suspect on a bike wearing a backpack, or whatever, that you don't have to search by license plate. You can search by description now. How is that working with ours?
So there is a portion of flock that has that, and part of that proof of concept, we did have that for a certain period. We do not have, we will not have that capability going forward.
So is that not part of the
It's a
Condor?
free form.
it's what was a technology called freeform search. And so that would be, like you said, a woman with a red hoodie riding a bicycle down the street. Now, the searches that are done in that freeform, which isn't relevant to your department, this is more just answering a general question, they are tracked, audited, logged by who did it, why they did it, et cetera. In addition, it protects free speech things, like you can't look up Latino woman in white dress. You can't look up Trump bumper sticker or anything like that. If that does happen, that gets flagged in the system and flagged for the system administrator.
So the searches, you're saying something, there's a reference number, is there a report number attached to that?
Case number typically, or if there's I believe call to service, if there's a number associated with that, when someone calls 911 and there's something tagged into it, that's the reference number that would have to be put in there.
So like a call for service?
Mhm.
And how often are we doing the audits again?
So officially every 30 days, I typically am in there pretty frequently. As this has grown and developed, and we've run, I think Flock has run into a lot of these same concerns. They've actually improved, and their system is now flagging like, hey, this is an anomaly of how many times this plate has been run, and so it's actually making it a little bit more effective. So at a bare minimum, every 30 days, I go in and audit, and we have to make sure that each search that conducted falls in compliance with what our policy is. So you do have to associate, there's a drop-down box basically that shows national incident, it's NIBRS codes of the crime that you're searching for. You have to enter that reason in. Typically, if you have a case number, you have to enter that case number in as well. So there's multiple factors that are logged with each search. Like she did touch on, if a plate gets searched 20 times by the same officer, it's going to flag that for us. And again, she gave a pretty good example of, well, why would that happen? What is a legitimate law enforcement purpose for that? Could be misuse, or it could be this person has a felony warrant for their arrest, and I have an officer that is coming to work trying to find that person daily, that's been looking for them because they have a case open with them. So that's a valid search, right? Versus if it is not that, we have a problem. And that is something that's now picked up and flagged quicker than it was when we first started this process. So again, we're constantly evolving, improving, and trying to hear the concerns that are being brought and proactively go after them. I heard one of the comments was saying, well, this is after the fact, you're finding this out. In that same sentiment, some of the same people that make that comment are like, well, the cops are going to start pre-arresting people. Like, people are bound by laws, police officers are bound by policies. And we have that choice and that discretion. We have to follow those, and there are consequences for both. We can't foresee, prevent something always, but we can put everything in place to catch it as soon as possible and address it and hire good people, which is something that we've really made an effort to do and we've been successful at so far. And if we have an issue, we have dealt with it. Thank you.
So, Mr. Bejarano, do you think there's possibly a need for you and your staff to meet with the public, to have an information meeting?
Well, I think since day one, the chief has said, if you want information, come chat with him. So I'm not sure how to accommodate that if people don't want to come in and talk.
You
The-
have a meeting like this without us, without our rules, and have a meeting with them, so that these two officers.
I'm sure I can speak for the chief and the captain, but if the public doesn't want to come to the meeting, I can't force them to come. So the purpose of tonight, having the work session, was that we could provide fact and not myth or fiction. I will tell you what our team is trying to do at the city is just to present the facts to the council so you can make an informed decision based on such. Does that answer your question?
Well, I can't represent all the questions that this body has. I'll never get to all the questions they have, so if they have a format to where they can direct their questions to you and not have to go through us, they might get the information a little better.
I don't think, Chief, would you have an issue with that? I don't think any of us would have an issue with that.
I think if we invite them, I think this same bunch would come. And then they wouldn't have to talk through me because, I've made my statement, I like them on the outskirts, but some of them do not. And I want to represent what they have in their minds to get to you. 'Cause you still have questions on, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Where'd you get that information?
So-
Things like that.
We've hosted community conversations, I think is the term we've coined on different things, building, small businesses. We could definitely do this for Flock if the community wanted to come in and have the conversation. We're not opposed. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, we've dug deep into this one. We're trying to bring you all the facts so you can make an informed decision. One of the things that's come up repeatedly is I continue to hear Fourth Amendment violations. Bill, are you still on the line?
Yes, yes.
Bill, can you speak to that? Has there been a court ruling to your knowledge that Flock, or I should say LPRs violate Fourth Amendment?
Well, the reason is the courts have looked at things like, you heard Councilmember Brenner talk about having a cell phone, where the recipient of the data has used the data to identify personal identifying information. Here, assuming we can tighten up the agreement, here, there is no Fourth Amendment violation because there's no personal data being accessed. It's supposed to be rendered anonymous. And so but that's where there's some loose language in the agreement that I want to tighten up. What I want to do is to be able to allow your police officers the ability to use this great tool in a way that minimizes the risk of the invasion of privacy. There's some language in the agreement that could be tightened up. I believe that as long as we are not recording personal data that's personally identifying, there is no Fourth Amendment issue. But there could be some inadvertent identification. I've talked some with Katie, and she's working on that with her technicians, because I've asked some good questions as to how there could incidentally be an identification of a person's face. We need to make sure that we have a process that doesn't allow that to occur. And so we owe it to you and the constituents that we can have a contract that gives the police officers a good tool while preserving the privacy of your individual citizens. And I think we can do that.
And I want to jump in really quick if I can. For reference, 14 states, federal appellates, including the 9th and 11th Circuit Courts, have unanimously agreed that ALPR technology does not violate the Fourth Amendment. So it's been proven in many jurisdictions unanimously it does not violate the Fourth Amendment, for reference.
I don't know who to ask this question, but as I looked over just Google search of Flock and what it provides, and I keep hearing that there's way too many cameras out there, but the explanation I got was that on your arterial intersections, which is the recommended place to put these cameras, they shine one for northbound traffic because all they're taking is the back of the vehicle, one for southbound, one for eastbound, one for westbound. So there's theoretically 4 cameras at each arterial intersection, and just in my head, there's 20 of them inside our city limits. So in theory, to have our city covered the way that they say, there would be 80 of those cameras. There's not that many cameras, is there? I mean, maybe I'm not supposed to ask that question. I don't know.
No, we don't have them on every major intersections. Like I said, in the planning process, we did try to start outside and work inside. If I can.
But yet I can get through this town without going by one. I mean, if I know they're at those intersections, I can skip them all. In theory, it's going to catch me eventually. But I'm just.
Councilman McCoy, I have a good case example to speak to what you're saying as to, as all of these camera locations have been published. Recently, we did have a stolen vehicle with some of our local folks that we've had many interactions with over their years. And it took over a day and a half for that vehicle to be found, basically through interviews due to them knowing where the cameras are and knowing how to avoid them within the city. So that is, as we spoke earlier about operational security, operational effectiveness, that is one of the reasons why we haven't published it is, and I've had talks with several folks about what our job entails and how we get a tool and folks find a way around it. And then we get a tool and folks find a way around it. And again, it is one of those things, we definitely do not have cameras on every intersection. We did try to map it out to where when we are responding to a call, we can receive adequate notifications to where if we have a critical incident, we can put the right people in the right places in order to have the maximum effect for public safety.
Also, in Arizona anyway, there's only a license plate in theory on the rear of a car. So in other states, there are photos of the front of cars just in what I found that show the front of a car, a license plate, and in some situations you could see that there was a person in them, but all the ones in Arizona don't show, I mean, you can't even tell there's a person in the car or not. All you see is the rear of the car.
Correct, on the ALPR
That-
cameras, that's correct. But we
Do we have cameras that get more than that? Because
We-
I couldn't find them.
Yes, we do have some live view cameras in place, like
Okay.
I had mentioned earlier, just on some major intersections where we've had traffic collisions for that purpose.
Thank
And
you.
yes, could they possibly catch somebody walking in that area like any other camera that is so placed? Yes.
I'd like to thank everybody for this work session. Do you have anything else?
No, sir.
So it's an action item
It's a work session.
to go into executive session.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
16, Mayor. I move that we convene an executive session after a 5-minute break.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second to have a 5-minute break. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Work session and reconvene back to our regular meeting. Number 19, announcement of current events. Anybody?
Oh. Don't have it yet. For the, another announcement, not that one.
And we'll move on to 20, request for future agenda items.
No, I did have current events, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Now, the Safe House just had Debbie Doorman. She put in 30 years at the Safe House. She just retired from that. She started when she was 18, and that's something I believe that Council Member Cotter had started, was the Safe House. So that's how long that, well, she only didn't work about half a year, I think. Well, that's how long we've been behind the Safe House, how long it's been going, and it originated from this council in the past. And this lady just retired with 30 years from there. I think that's a great thing to notice.
I think it's beautiful, thanks. Maybe the city can send her a card. Do we have a card we can send? Good.
Yes, Mayor, I'll get something together if everyone would like to come by and sign it.
Yeah, it'd be
I'll
nice.
send out an email once it's ready. Now you ruined the surprise.
Anybody else? If not, we'll move to 20, request for future agenda items. If not, we'll move to 21.
Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor? Opposed?